Hello everybody, welcome back to Deep Voice Gaming. Welcome back. Subtropical. Environments of Warfare. Ghost Recon Wildlands. One of the best games ever made. On modern consoles, if you ask me. And it's lovely to stream this evening for you guys. I hope you're doing alright. Hopefully we'll get a nice audience on chat this evening. Uh, 12:02 midday, right? Alright, let's see. Turn that down. Let's do a sound test. There we go. Alright. Okay. Alright, let's get cracking. Oh, there's people laughing outside. Pretty loud as well. Does the time stop at the menu? It does. Bolivian sun. heat that goes through you, and the subtropical environment with no hospitality. Good luck. Go with that. There are graphics on that. Look at that. And trees. Look at that. Who is the person that made this? Where's the team? Where's the team that got this together? I want to talk to him. I want to have a conversation with him. Look at that. Oh my God. You know what? I could see monkeys in the trees jumping about. That'd be just so immersive, even though it can't happen. I know it can't happen. It doesn't happen. Maybe if you mod it, probably will. If you do mod it, we can't mod it on PlayStation. This is the Bravia engine. Bravia. I'm sure it's a Bravia. It's a shame they're using the televisions, right? Just a bit more powerful, a little bit more push. And do you know what? You know what the ps4 was made for? Really, Gran Turismo. You probably don't think that, but it is. It's the only reason this console exists. Even though I never played it on ps4, I was more of a ps1 Gran Turismo player. ps1. I love Gran Turismo 2. But this console was made purely with 3D gaming, right? That is what we thought, and it flopped. But this still has that capability, right? It has the capability of the PS4. You know, for the Bravia 3D TVs, no one buys them anymore. No one even would invest in one because they cost a fortune, right? But this console has got a 3D like capability on the television itself. Even without peripheral like accessories. So the reason why 3D gaming flopped is because of the accessory, right? So the accessories were like 300 quid for the glasses. They were progressive glasses, yeah, and passive glasses, right? Passive glasses were for LG. Progressive active glasses were for Sony Bravia, Panasonic. You can research it, it'll tell you. And this console, when it was being made, right, when it was being made, had that chip in it. But by the time this came to the living room, nobody bought it. The investment flopped like Bitcoin. Well, not Bitcoin in general, but, you know, knock-off Bitcoin. Like, from people and stuff, like celebrities and stuff. You know, like they create their own currency and stuff. It was like that. Flopped as bad as that. But the silver lining is, and there's a silver lining to every sad story, right? There always is. You'll find one. is the technology itself is imitated in a 2D image like this. So even though this is a 2D, the three-dimensional peripheral effect is still in it. That's why it looks so detailed. That's why the PS4 was so good. And along with another bunch of reasons why it's good, you know. Why do you think games like they had to make their own Dark Souls, for example, like I always forget the name of it. Like an undead. It's like an undead Dark Souls for Sony. Someone will be able to tell me what it is. I can probably go into my menu, but I'm enjoying the trees. But that game, let's have a look what game it's called now. You know, it is. I'm trying to think what it is without looking at it because it's been so long since I've seen it. Let's have a look. It's called. I've downloaded too many games there. Bloodborne. That's it. Right. My apologies there for that. Bloodborne. Right, now Bloodborne, you're probably thinking, oh, so what are you talking about Bloodborne for? It's got nothing to do with it. It's like, well, it has, because Bloodborne is 3D Sony. But Bloodborne looks so scratchy. Like, you play Bloodborne. It looks scratchy, fuzzy. Even on a modern console it will, right? Because it's a 3D game, you're supposed to play it with glasses on. Not if the swords come off the teller. No one knows that.
Folks at this fire are already celebrating like the cartel's gone.
I'll celebrate when I'm back in Fayetteville drinking a black and tan at Sharky's.
Only a wealthy person would be able to demonstrate it because the TVs are about $5 grand. Do you know what I mean? Like they're too expensive. So only someone who's got a lot of wealth, well, at least a moderate amount of wealth, with the interest to show the comparisons and record the actual software on YouTube, and then YouTube would have to allow the three-dimensional effect. So you couldn't get it. You'd have to actually be there in the living room to experience Bloodborne and its full potential. Because Dark Souls was made for 3D TVs. It'll come back after, well, it started in the 70s. No one bought it. They brought it back in the late 90s. No one bought it. Then they brought it back again in the late 2010s. Sorry, early 2010s. Like 2011, 2012, they brought it back 3D TV. And no one bought it. So they've tried 4 times. Nobody's bought it. And then the next thing is, someone said, I'll create the Oculus Rift, right? And then the Oculus Rift was basically a, how can I explain it? Like an accessory to your mobile that provided like a virtual reality. I enjoyed selling those 3D TVs. The Subtropical. Oh yeah. So, is there an actual option for like?
"23 skidoo. Give me all you've got, ghosts."
All these emotes. rock and roll. Why would everyone have rock and roll? Oh well. So there isn't an actual no new credits. Well, that's not a surprise. Skills. Three. Oh, at 6 points. Oh. I think it's definitely worth it though, because if you look at it, so we need like four points. Oh. Right. So it's your ammunition. Right. Alright, give me a sec. Let's see. Alright. So I think you can find it in tobacco. So really, we can find the medal and just spend it on the points log. And conserve some points. We can go to Tapacal. Alright then. I mean, that's a useless skill for me. Haha. it's very likely it keeps it still. Little bushes. Right, looks like you've walked there. So what I could do is, and I don't normally do this, but make an exception for myself. Whereabouts is it? Right, so let's have a look. That's how you do it. So I think what I was gonna do is this, right? So this Malka. Right, that was it. Malka. That's what I was gonna do. Right. So I know I don't normally do this, but we'll redeploy because I don't know why I was all the way up there for. Because this is where I was before I loaded in. For some reason it put me all the way up there and I don't know why, because I was originally here. So this is primarily where I was. What the... Right. That's why. Okay. My bad. Alright. Let's have a look. So. It's here. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Alright, alright, alright. There we are. Wow, button error. Alright, so this is where I was last time I was playing.
No tengo ni un boliviano, pues.
So, controls. Okay, so it's not that? Really? So what would it be under gameplay? What would it be under? So it's not so you don't have an actual option to change the recentralization of the camera while in a vehicle. Like, is that true? On Wildlands you can't change, like you can with your character, but you can't with the cars. Why? Why not? Look, it doesn't have it. It doesn't. The HUD won't mean a thing. Won't be under language. Won't be under video. Weird, right? Weird. Alright, no I can do. No I can do. Aye, yippee, yippee, aye. Aye, yippee, yippee, aye. Aye, yippee. Oh dear.
Bowman, we're crossing into Malca province. Any intel on the area?
Oh shit. You should be near El Cheeto.
Is that bad or?
Aye,
Biggest
yippee,
name in
yippee,
Narco
aye.
Corrido. Music that sings the
Luckily no one
praises
got
of
hurt,
drug
though.
traffickers.
Can't say I know his stuff.
I just
Well, you
nudged them
should.
because I was going so
He's
slow.
the public face of the enemy, the propaganda and recruiting machine with a voice like velvet. His fans are so nuts for him. This past August, when he refused to go on stage in Anaheim because of some pay dispute, the audience rioted, wrecked the venue.
So he's got influence.
Find out everything you can about El Cheeto's visit so he can ruin it. He'll probably be keeping a low profile, but you can bet his agent will be making the rounds, looking for any way to make this trip profitable.
Got it. We'll focus on finding that agent.
Y lo bueno. Es bueno. Es bueno. I have a vision about the coca. Like she came to me in a dream, told me about the coca. raise the colors.
I got a target carrying submachine guns.
Only 2 people. Really? Only 2?
And maybe next 3.
think it's the wrong place. Let's have a look. I think it is. Is it here? Is this where we're supposed to be? I think it is. My goodness. I was just looking on my notes. I'm in the wrong place. I don't think it was here either. Yes, this. I think it's here. All these fast travel. I don't normally do this, but at the end of the day, it's where I was last time that matters. Because I uninstalled the game, and when I've reinstalled it again, it looks as though it's forgotten where I was. And is what it is, right? Is what it is. Yeah, it's taking a while to load this time. Look at that. It's because it was broke, probably. There we go. Alright. This is where I was. I remember now. Alright. right, we have to redeploy. Silly me. Nice and chillax. That a garbage pile. Watch it, little piggy. Watch yourself. Oh. Don't know what hit the car. What was it me? I didn't hit any car. Okay, don't do anything then. Okay. Must be, come on, little piggy. That's right. Little piggy. Yourselves. You know what? It's too dangerous in case I hurt the figures. An allied chopper? No,
Got a chopper.
The size of that cloud. Just one
Check
big
it out, weapons
massive
case.
cloud. Right in front of the sun. Literally a mammoth of a cloud. Oh yeah, what's this? What's this?
I've been wanting one of these.
A light machine gun barrel. Alright. Nothing wrong with a light machine gun barrel. What's this? Skill points, rebel operations, supply raids. Let's take a closer look. You know what, I've had my hair down all day. Normally putting a ponytail, but oh man, like, you know what, putting your hair in a ponytail puts a lot of stress on your head. If that makes any sense. Is this a base? It's a Unidad base. It is, right?
Barbecho's airport up ahead. Stay sharp. It's under SP control.
How does a drug cartel just take?
It is. So what we need to do is we need to discover more stuff. So we need to either get hold of this guy. Is this it? We've got something. Sueno has sent this account El Pupo to audit Nidia Flores books. It's possible that Sueno suspects Flores of skimming off cartel funds. Pupo's assistant is currently the Sepulco silver mine. We need to grab him and find out what he knows.
El Pulpo's right-hand man, Wagner, is at the Sepulco silver...
Take over a fucking airport.
I guess when they threaten to shoot any departing flight out of the air, you figure it's safer to take the train.
That must have been a glitch then when it skipped over her voice. That was weird. It's never done that before. All the pigs are fine. That's good. Don't really want to scare these people, so we're going to be walking through the rifles. Do you not feel that like NPCs want to really like are drawn to you as a character? Do you not feel that like you're kind of like a celebrity in this world and you don't know it? Like they all know you're the star, and you just have no idea that you're the biggest star of the show in their eyes. Like if you notice, they're always trying to like at least get close. Even in Cyberpunk, it happens in The Witcher, it happens in Skyrim, it happens in every single game I've played. NPCs are drawn to our characters for some reason. I have no idea why. Go inside. No, at least they shut the door on things you can't enter. Fair enough. You can imagine me getting a drink of pure, fresh Bolivian water straight from the tap.
silver mine over there?
Santa Blanca took them all over in this area. Higher above Edge's Plateau to manage the digging for them.
As far as the miner's concerned, what's the difference between the two? One boss is as bad as another when you're trapped a mile underground.
Where did you learn to fly? Are you awesome who's watching the stream there? Are you awesome? Because I think you are. You're amazing, like, yeah? You're amazing and stuff? Giving your time to a small-time streamer. You guys up? Oh, you guys up for some cylindrical warfare? This looks like cheap gas. Looks like fossil fuels, doesn't it? Refinery or whatever. It looks small from a distance, but as you get closer, we've got something like a hydro thing, right? There's like a hydro, like an old, like World War I or World War II era hydro plant, right? And basically, when like the water goes through, right, like, so it only happens like every so often, it's not all the time, but I tell you, this thing, like massive cylindrical thing, right, it, when the water turns the turbines, the thing moves, like it rotates. It's hard to explain. I suppose a hydraulics expert would know exactly what's going on with all those cogs down there. But like when you look at it from a distance on a schematic perspective, the cogs and the things that are under turning that thing, you would not believe it, and just regular people built it. You would not imagine that it's there. Like, I don't think they use it, you know, I think it's like for another purpose. I think it probably powers something, but I don't think it powers the same things as what it did. And I remember that thing. There's quite a few of them in the UK, actually. There's quite a lot of these.
Bowman didn't have any intel on what this guy Wagner looks like.
As my soon-to-be ex likes to say, when in doubt, ask someone. I think he left the word
Hydro.
motherfucker off the end of that sentence. When it comes to my ex, the motherfucker is implied.
These guys like to swear. I have been a little bit more flexible with my profanity lately. I have been a lot more flexible. There's definitely a guy there. Gonna make a cigarette here. I would never recommend to anyone to smoke. Is that a message I've got? Oh no, it's my followers. Oh, that's wicked. Alright. Alright, fair enough. Well... I'm gonna have to come up with a plan with this. It's not as if you can just get somebody like... I haven't really got any proper ghosts. Like ones that are like all for it, like for the mission, you know. As sound as my previous ghosts in the game were awesome, there was still that. I mean, as much as I appreciate their time in playing and everything, and I really do, like, you know, I can honestly say that they are awesome. It's just that, you know, I detected a little bit of taking the piss. Like, not like to a degree where it was full on, but slow. Like slowly, like, and then building up that concept of completely taking the piss. You know, some people don't even know they're doing it because they're inertly dilapidated by the whole session. And sometimes when you're an awesome person, like a lovely person, or you're really, really cool, you know, or appreciated, like for the personality you have, they tend to persevere, but they tend to play when they don't want to. Do you know what I mean? And when you get people who are your friends who are playing games that don't want to play, and they're only playing because it's you, that's not a real session. Do you know what I mean? So because the game's boring, there are other ways to entertain them. And for some reason I detected an essence of taking the pissness. And the moment I spotted it and started and made it clear about, like, not doing it, you no longer see him. And it just proves to me as a person, you know, exactly why they were playing, and that is not someone I want. And to pretend to me, to make up the reasons like they're doing it for recreation, is absolute nonsense. Nah. These were people in the 60s. You know what I'm talking? Like these aren't even like people in their 20s, 30s, or even the 40s. These people are late 60s, mid late 60s in age, and that even at that age, like, and these are people who were born in like 1960 and stuff. Do you know what I mean? You know, and when they're isolated, you know, when people are isolated, they tend to be more counterintuitive. You know, like they like to create like a social dystopia digitally, because it helps them like have some kind of chemical balance. And sometimes they do it to the wrong person. You know what I mean? Because nobody tells them what they're doing. You inform them, and then they're gone. After you've informed them, they get butt hurt, they whinge, they cry, and they whine like cats and dogs. Because the reality is, they don't want to play games with you. They want to play mind games with you. That's what they want to do. They want to play mind games. And that is a red flag. Okay, it's a red flag. I've made several notes to myself in regards to that. And I gave another person a chance, right? So I've got another ghost that's outside of that. There's another ghost that I was, you know, playing with on the game. And even after about like 25 minutes, half an hour, I picked up the red flags, and the whole basis of it is that they are bored. And that's a shame. It's an absolute shame when you're bored like that, because I am not bored. Do you know what I'm saying? And you guys know that. You guys know I'm not bored. You guys know that I am the opposite of bored. I am entertainment, right? And people can only come back to me now and play games with me when they get the mental health sorted. You know what I'm saying? Like I enjoy playing games with everyone, and I don't discriminate, but like a lot of people who have played computer games with have always like said in the end that they're just suffering from something, or they've got to, and they're like, and it's a shame, you know, but it affects people inertly, and it you know, becomes a very indirect situation, and there's only so much the other players can tolerate playing games like this. For people on stream. And then I thought, you know what I'll do? I said, this was a while ago, right? And I thought to myself, well, what I'll do is that I'm going to go online, I'm going to talk to some streamers, I'm going to talk to other content creators, and I'm going to explain exactly what individuals think they're doing. you know, like create like content creators who are quite like, you know, good at what they do. You know, and like speak to them, ask them about what in the Lord's name, you know, people think they're doing. You know, and they give me answers that I didn't expect. You know. Yep. And it's always those individuals that are suffering from something, or they voice that to you on the headset and everything. It's very negative, you know, and it's all a game to them. It's like to make you feel negative, you know. Well, it's not my fault they've got issues, you know, with me or with anyone else. Yeah, because what they do is the game is that they say that they're suffering from something, you know, so you'll let them behave that way. It's kind of like they oh, how can I say, they validate themselves by making everything they've done like exactly consequential due to their place in life. And that is just a way to manipulate you and to make you second guess yourself. And I'm all over it now, and I guarantee you will not see them again. I guarantee. Because like now when you gotta play, it's gotta be like precise, and they just can't do it because it's not in their interest to. And people, they just, you know, it's not that anyone gives a shit. Like, well, at the end of the day, it's my streams. I'm the person that's streaming it. And other people don't appreciate that. I'm going to call them out on it. You know what I'm saying? But you know, just thought I'd give you guys an update why. Yeah. You will not see them join this game because they don't want to play. And they gotta say that to me, or say, Ghost, I don't like playing that game anymore, and I don't want to play it with you. Usk. I've got that heating on there, but I got caught in that rain today, right? Like, I got caught in like a thunderstorm, and it pissed me right through. Like, I was piss wet through, from head to toe. Like, I had to squish, you know, like the water out my hair. It went right through me, and what I did was, when I got caught in it, this wind came. It was quite cold, so I thought I better be quick here. Like, I better get some soup. So I ran into this like little cafe, and I run into it. I'm like, hey, have you got any like pea and ham soup or ham soup? They're like, yeah, like fresh. Like, yeah, today. I was like, can I have that, please? And they served it me within like 2 minutes, because it was already like. And oh my, that heated my bones. I swear it heated my bones. And the old guy in the cafe there, he was like, you know, you're cold, you're catching that rain. I was like, yeah. He's like, when you get in, put your heating on and just leave it on and just stay warm. Even if it feels too warm, just keep it on a bit longer, just to keep you tropical. I don't know what he meant by that. Like, keeping your body tropical. I suppose it means like keeping your body like healthy, I suppose. Because if you get caught in the rain and you don't have any hot food and don't look after yourself, you'll get ill. So I did that today, and I walked into that cafe, like I said, piss wet through like a drowned rat. Absolute drowned rat. And it felt like I was drowned for I don't know, maybe 25 minutes walk in a storm with no umbrella. Oh, you know what? It was quite refreshing actually. That rain came at me at full blast, right in front of me. And I took it head on. Well, I should have worn my waterproof jacket, shouldn't I? That's what I should have done. They're expensive, by the way. Now, have you seen the price of thermal outwear jacket that's waterproof now? It's 200 quid. I promise. You know, for a decent jacket, it's about 200 quid now. Like, luckily, I bought mine, like, my premium outwear jacket, waterproof one. I bought it, like, 2015, like, 2014 I bought it. It's a long time ago. And I paid, like, it was on sale from, like, it went down from, like, 200 quid all the way down to 20 quid in the January sales. I thought, I'll have that. Because it's, like, a full-on parka with a hood and everything, like you know, like Miles Morales was, them hoods with the fluff. It's got that on it. It's like a proper fluff hood. Keep you warm. And I tell you something, it does. It's waterproof, absolute. The only thing is though, when you wear, like, you know, a waterproof jacket when you're caught in the rain for a long period of like time, it eventually gets to you. Like, it takes a lot longer, but like that cold, that everything, it eventually will get through. But it just takes like hours instead of 10 minutes. It'll take like 5 hours, 6 hours, but it will eventually get through it. Like the cold, that is, the cold. Because outwear waterproof thermal in this country right now, like for the past 4 years, has been ridiculously expensive. Even in Scotland, they're like 600 quid. Like they'll last you a lifetime. You'll buy a Scotland jacket, it will last you 70 years, 75 years, that jacket, without it ripping. It will. It's like a jacket for life. However, this weather that I go through is nothing compared to Scandinavia in the winter. It's nothing. Our clothes don't even protect you in their climate. Scandinavia go right through English clothing. Well, UK, even Scottish jackets can't. Like my friend, he went to, what's that place called where it's like Father Christmas and stuff with his family, right? He went there, and when he arrived at the airport, the first thing the guy said to him when they were getting on the coach, he says, "Do you have a jacket suitable for the weather?" And he had like this Scotland Highlander jacket, and the guy said that won't work. And literally this guy swore by this jacket. He said, "I promise you, sir, that won't work after about 10 minutes. It'll be alright for 10 minutes and then you'll feel it." And you know what? He was right. He ended up having to buy a jacket over there, which was about 500 quid. He said, thank God he got that bonus. And he said it was for his family. He said because if he didn't buy it, he wouldn't be able to. And for some reason, right, what he found was bizarre. Jackets over there, in where Father Christmas is, and that what's it called, Lapland? Is it Lapland, right? For women and the family, he said, like his children and his wife, 80 quid to 100 quid between all of them for jackets. But him, for the husband, for the man and the family, 500 quid. So they make it cheap for the women and children over there, right? Which is rightly so. Rightly so. But they charge the men for it, the jackets. Like, maybe not every shop will do it in Scandinavia, but in Lapland they do. In Lapland they did, because they knew there was no other place you could get a jacket from. So they probably thought, well, you know what? If you can't get a jacket from anywhere else, they just charge them a premium. And I was like, wow, that's a lot of money for a jacket. And I tell you, lifting it was like a It's like a bench press, lifting that jacket. Are you kidding me? Have I misplaced my skizzers? I literally had these skizzers. There they are. My brand new scissors are in the bathroom, so I can get them later. I just don't want to catch any flu or anything getting caught in that rain today. It literally, there was no rain in the morning. Beautiful, right? Beautiful day. Blue skies, sun, right? Round about 9 o'clock, it changed. Changed at 9 o'clock this morning. And then by like half 9, got darker. Even though it was in the morning, got dark. Like as if it was like 4 o'clock. And these dark clouds came over. And then I did my activities, you know, my chores that I had to do this morning. And then once I did my chores, got that finished, went out, it was alright. Next thing is this massive gust of wind came out of nowhere, just came out of nowhere. Like as if it had been travelling with another army of wind from where it was coming from. And it hit, and the rain came with it. It was right through me. That is bullshit weather for October. It's bullshit because October in this country is a beautiful month. And you know why it happens? That these storms and that, right? They come over through the jet stream from America, right? It's America. The storms come from. And what should really happen, really, guys? Like, I'm not being like any genius here about meteorological science. But really what it should do is that those storms really, because of Africa and Antarctica, it pushes that stuff up to the northern, like right up to the top of the northern hemisphere. The whole purpose is that the storms from America go to Scandinavia. They're not supposed to travel across Europe or Britain. They're not supposed to do that. But for some reason, whoever's programming the jet stream to get the jets over, make sure that those storms push the planes faster, you know, cross air travel, and they can shut airports, right? Because there's only certain airports that can stay open in certain storms, right? There's only certain ones. And the day that ends, the jet stream and the weather modification in the UK, like the day that ends and some leader sees it as a waste of money, you will notice, right, the airports and air disruption will be completely global, because they've relied on that sequence since the 1980s, because they use a technical system in airports from the 1970s. They don't use different from that. They still use the same system. They do. Obviously, they have advanced systems for what they do certain things with, but the baseline, it's still that 1970s system. And that 1970s system relies on jet stream activity. And it's modified, you know, in my theory. You know, for entertainment purposes, I always believe that jet stream has been modified. You know, from Europe to America, it's kind of like their way of... they've created like an artificial jet stream. Like, so Europe, Arabia, China, Britain, UK, like, you know, So if there's any problems in, you know, like America, if there's like catastrophe or God forbid acts of God that happen, they'll basically be able to just in fast, rapid speed. And in the next 50 years, there'd be underground tunnels anyway. There'd be underground chutes. Underground. You'll have like underground networks that never see daylight. You know, like people who live underground and live in this other world beneath our Earth. Feel like another layer of life in the crust deep below. And like they'll have like our life out here, but down there. Like we're talking people who'll be going to places that they'll never go up and see. They're just there. You know what I mean? They're just there underground, and you know, to them like, oh, we're gonna go to like the UK or Colombia or Australia, and even though they've been on a super duper fast vessel train that's got them there in about an hour or something, or 2 hours if that, like it'll just be a different set. It won't actually be the country itself, it'll just be sets. And there's no way out. Like there's no way out of there. You can't even dig your way out of there. Even if you were to manually dig yourself out, it'd probably take you 1,000 years, because you're so far down in the crust. That's what will happen, because once we get to Mars by 2050, probably 2042 actually, between 2038 and 2042 we'll probably get to Mars, because we'd have to set off in 2035 to get there. It's like 7 years to get Mars. 7 years. I think they probably, Elon could probably do it in 4.5 years to get to Mars, like fastest we can get there. But I think, like, you know, and that's just like theory or estimations. They're not approximations, and I can definitely assume that underground networks will become a factor of civilization, like their own economy. You know, because that's what I believe Bitcoin was made for. Was for like under earth facilities. You know, because it's funny, like when Bitcoin was made, just as they started considering those tunnels. I mean, for all you know, if you do use Bitcoin, you don't even know that. How do you not know that any stuff that you buy is actually made in warehouses underground and are siloed up? How do we know? You're not actually there when you physically see your product being picked. It's very strange, isn't it? I don't think it's like very strange. Because Amazon is a kind of like an underground warehouse, isn't it? I mean, I've never worked for them, but you can imagine there'll be basements in those. I've seen the size of them warehouses of Amazon. I've seen it. Never mind the ones in America. They're as big as towns. Some of those Amazon centers in the States are as big as actual towns, like small towns, like the industrial estates, like it's that big. Like people got their own wings. It's that big. Oh, but they didn't hesitate. Getting that ear, they didn't hesitate. The Conservatives They didn't hesitate 1 minute to get that trashy, cheap, tacky blue tacky products sent to people's houses to get them through the pandemic. Christmas tree tacky cack. That's all it is. Cheap, no good, faulty, reproduced, remanufactured, recycled trash. And I'd never buy anything off there apart from trashy batteries that I could throw away for my Xbox. They were lucky they were selling cheap trash to everyone. They got lucky with that. They did. And you know who they aim for, the market for those parcels and that? The elderly. Even though everybody buys stuff and that, right? Even though they do, like, you would be surprised how many elderly people want to buy stuff, you know, because like back in the day, and you've got to listen to me if anyone's watching regarding the elderly, it's because back in the day they couldn't go outside because they're too old, right? Someone else went out and got the things for them, right? They needed their grandchildren or their own children to help them get their things for them because it was too cold, too windy, you know, they'd get ill, right? So what they did was they were like, hang on a minute, this is terrible, this is so terrible. Like, these old people who want to buy stuff on cheap shit can't do it. Like, they can't buy cheap tacky pots for the garden, or they can't buy cheap tacky plastic tools for the garden, or they can't buy that spray that kills all the insects and makes all the leaves look like plastic and shiny, all the fake chemical rubbish from China and around the world, all the chemical stuff you spray on to make your plants look nice. Like, it's killing all the insects. These elderly have no idea that they're doing it. They don't even know. They don't even know they're killing the you know, with all the cheap tacky poisons and weed killer and that. Like, weed killer is something that you can make yourself without going to the shop. Insect repellent, you can make yourself, you know, without going to the shops. No, and what they want to do is the elderly, they like parcels, right? You know, elderly, they like getting parcels. I know, because I've spoke to them. I've spoke to them all about it. I've done enough research. Spoke to enough people. They do it because they're bored, and they like people knocking at their door. Because no one knocks at the door anymore, they said. They said no one knocks at the door. So what they do is, like at Christmas, they probably spend about £1,000 on trashy stuff on Amazon. Like, instead of actually going out to the town centre and actually going out and looking at things and you know, getting the Christmas presents early, because what the elderly used to do was they'd go out in the summer, buy all the Christmas presents in the summer and lock them away for the Christmas. That's what they did back in the day. They did. They were just smarter. They were just smarter. Where now they don't want to do that. They want to stay at home in the summer, and they want to stay at home in the winter, right? Because they're too afraid to go out, too scared. And I wonder why. Wonder why they're too scared, right? I wonder why. But they're not too scared to spend ridiculous amounts of money on tacky stuff. And I've always said Amazon sells tacky stuff. You know, I've always have. And I'll stick by that. I will, because it doesn't matter what I say. They're a multi-billion, trillion-dollar corporation, and they're not worth a dime. They're not worth a dime. They're a lucky branch of investors, and that place will fall as quickly as it rises. I promise you. Amazon will be no more in less than 8 years. It will be called something else. It'll be called something else. They'll call it something like Pro X or XL, you know. They'll call it something ridiculous. And I tell you, they'll sell that business to Arabia. The Americans who own Amazon will sell that business to either Arabia or China. That is my future observations of Amazon, because they'll want that. I think Amazon will want that because they don't want to oversee the when AI becomes too sophisticated. That's when they'll let it go. Like when the AI becomes as good as Amazon itself, it will either become a self-sustained AI outlet, right? Which is very likely. So it will either become AI Amazon, which is an independent AI generated shop. So Amazon will eventually, if it's not bought by China, I think it will still have workers. So if China don't buy it, say if Arabia buys Amazon, it will still have the workforce of people, right? But I think if China buy Amazon in the future, it will become like an AI factory with no workers in it whatsoever. Everything, even the deliveries, will be done by robots. Everything, and that is what they're setting up. Because why do you think it's called Amazon? You probably think it's got something to do with the place or the river. Well, it's not. That's the name of the artificial intelligence that runs it. Amazon. That's the name of the artificial intelligence that has always run Amazon, is Amazon. It's the artificial intelligence that everyone bought into. And nobody knew it. Apart from me and a few other super duper over imaginative individuals. But I promise you, it's getting there now. It's getting there now. It's turning into an AI factory, I tell you. I predicted that years ago with people, and they all laughed. But I tell you, it certainly will. And computer games will be the same. Computer games will be the same. You'll get new job titles. You know what they'll be called? Prompters. They'll be called prompter. Prompter analyst. Prompter surveyor. Prompter creator. Prompter. Prompter. Want to apply for a job where you're a prompter for prompting prompts regarding prompts. That's what, and you only need one prompter. You don't need 1,000 people to run prompts. You only need one person to be a prompter, right? Like you only need one person to be a prompt analyst. Amazon's like, you know, like an example of like planetary shopping, right? Because the tech tycoons of today have a very different imagination from the tech tycoons in the 1980s, right? And the 1990s. So Bill Gates is a tech tycoon from the late 80s through the 90s, which is why he released Xbox, didn't he? Bill Gates. Right? He no longer works for Microsoft, does he? Doesn't work for him. He has no affiliation with them. He's doing other things, right? He's doing other stuff. He didn't want to do it, did he? Didn't want to do it. So he left the door open for someone else to do it. And in my, and you know me, it's all entertainment. It's Schwab. Schwab took over from Bill Gates. Is it Karl Schwab from Germany? Right? Now in the UK, it's well, it was that guy and his daughter. They died in a yacht accident, didn't they? Beginning of this year or at the end of last year, right? Well, tech tycoons. But I promise you, that Amazon is an AI warehouse plan for Mars and stuff. I would love to have a discussion with Elon Musk though about terraforming Mars. Like, I would talk to that guy for hours. Like, he'd have 1,000 phone calls in the time we're talking, probably, if I ever did get a chance to talk about, like, Mars and like Total Recall. And did he watch it? Did it inspire him? Because I would ask him that stuff, you know. Like, Elon, you watch Total Recall. Is that what inspired you to do it? Because it would have inspired me. Like, all the mines on Mars and that, like who goes there wholesale? Like, get cracking on taking over this town. What time is it? Ooh. Ooh. Let's get a drink of coffee. Let's do it. Alright, I was getting a drink. Oh, if anyone's watching there, my apologies. I have to take a break now and then. Like, as you get older, you know how it is. You know how it is. God. Alright, let's do a sound test. Alright. Sound test on here. Sounds fine to me. Sounds fine to me. It's belting. That's what it is, it's belting. I think I'm gonna have to go in quiet here.
They got alarms rigged up. Got eyes on a tango. He's got a lot of background. Marking target. Watch the background.
Wrong
I got
button.
another. That's 5. I asked the rebels to do a recon of the area.
Here's our intel on enemy locations.
The Jenny's over here.
Too slow. He's down.
I asked the rebels to recon the area for us.
There he is.
That's 10 targets. I got eyes on a mounted weapon. Just spotted one with submachine guns.
Parece que va a llover. Ay, mamá, me estoy... ¡Hay algo! ¡Óyelo, no! ¿Qué fue eso?
dear. One-way ticket, I'm afraid. I had to. Once the helicopters come out, you failed the mission, so... Unless the helicopters is part of the gameplay, like you're on a boat and they're chasing you and stuff, it's part of the mission. If they come out, if you're after a target and the helicopters come out, you snookered. I actually thought that I'd taken out all the alarms. Looks like I was wrong. Didn't see that guy on the roof either. Considering that I got the drone out and I looked all over that roof and there was no one on there. It's very strange he was there, unless he spawned in when I was near. 'Cause it is quite rare he was up there, right? He must have spawned in there. Time is it? 6 o'clock on the game. Let's see where we are. Oh yeah, okay. So that's the target. Suppose go back home and redeploy. So left and then right. Ghost. Those lights are on. Go to sleep. Oh.
Got a chopper. Bowman didn't have any intel on what this guy Wagner looks like.
As my soon-to-be ex likes to say, when in doubt, ask someone. I think he left the word motherfucker off the end of that sentence. When it comes to my ex, the motherfucker is implied.
Alright, so it's rained for 2 days. Let's try it again. Yeah, it's a glitch. Let's have a look. So, online options. Is there a network option? Is there no network option on Ghost Recon? Options. There isn't, sister. The We'll fast travel, see if it fixes it. It looks like to me it's definitely... Let's have a look. Oh yeah. Like from what I've searched online, to fix the glitch you gotta either keep fast travelling round until... It's because the previous plays have all been changing their modes in your profile, so it lingers. I sound like a bear. Pies, though. Should eat more fruit.
What a day. Oh. I was on the phone. My apologies there. Yeah, the jolly good telephone. I'm just gonna do a sound test. That sounds fine. Well.
Find the access code to the cocaine factory in Okoro. Once you've got the code, get inside and wreck the place.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I hope everyone's doing alright. Let's turn up this volume on my microphone so you guys can hear my voice. Let's have a look. So... that should be better. I hope. Well... it should be louder. That's... imagine travelling at that speed on the boat. Like, imagine going at that speed. Like, your cheeks would be flapping. Right? Your cheeks would...
We got a chopper.
No matter where I go, the all-seeing eye, the eye of Mordor, governing control. You know, I was playing Enlisted last night, and wow, like, you know what, I played that for the Xbox One and it was shit, right? I'm going back like a year ago, it was shit. I promise you. On this Pro, I put it on last night. It was awesome. Absolutely awesome. It must have been ported to Xbox. Must have been. Because it was shit. I don't know about the Xbox One X. It might be decent on that, but that Xbox One, it was shit. Like, it was playable, don't get me wrong. It was still playable. You still run around with a gun. But it was shit. Smoke effects were nice on PlayStation last night. The smoke effects were good and the explosions, they were really good. Let's scare him off. I'm tired today though. I am. You know, like these bushes are procedurally generated, right? So even though there's like a specific programming spot for them, whenever you come back to the same area, they're in different locations. Like Skyrim. A lot of people don't realise, you know, all the rocks and all the plants, well not specific plants because they're hand placed, but flora, right? Flora that you can't interact with, right? Like all that stuff is procedural, so all the grass, stones, specific rocks, like these here, like the next time I come back here in the same place, which is so rare because the map's so big, but if you come back to the same place, like even though it's just like a nanometer or like a tiny centimetre to the right, you will not know that this rock is 1 centimetre to the right. You wouldn't be able to know that. Unless that rock was over there and not here. But it's not that extreme, it's just a tiny bit. Like all these bits of grass, all of it will all reappear again in a slightly different place. It will never be in this, everything will never be in this place ever again when I leave. It will change completely the next time I come back. That's if we ever do. It's a very clever trick. Let's see. Ooh. Oh, shit. That's quite far. Oh, this heat. Oh. $11 AM, nearly my favourite time of day. I like 11 AM and I like 2:30 for some reason. I like the time 2:30 PM. Not 2:30 AM, 2:30 PM. They're like my two favourite times of day for some reason. I mean, do you have a favourite time of day? I bet everyone does. Normally it's home time. You know, when work is over. You know, or when, like, university class is over, you know. I think I like 2:30 because I think back when I was really young I used to watch, like, I think I could watch TV up to 2:30. Right, so like on weekends when, you know, before the internet, you know, believe it or not, you had a television, right? And you'd have to get up at like 7 AM properly, and at 7 AM they had cartoons like plasticine, right? Like plasticine cartoons. Right, so like from 7 till 8 was plasticine cartoons. Now these plasticine cartoons, right? I think they arranged from like Thomas the Tank Engine, Postman Pat, and an array of other plasticine cartoons. that like are extremely popular, right? So plus this and that. Now they were a bit not something I'd watch, so there was no point in me getting up at 7 AM, right? So it was 8 o'clock in the morning when like you got like cartoons coming on like Captain Planet and Inspector Gadget, and for some reason you got the Flintstones and the Jetsons were like back to back, and then you had like game shows, right? Like game shows that were really low budget, right? And they had them, and what else did they have? We all know the popular Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and no, is that target moving? Is that why my head is just blasted by this? That's why, he's a moving target. Shit. That's why my head's screwed by. I was like, why is this guy suddenly further away than what it was when I came to that part of the beach? He was there at the beach. Oh. So, like, the cartoons started dwindling off at around about 12:30. So by 12:30, everything had been on. Everything. You had things like Chucklevision and other type of shows after the cartoons, right? And this went on for like 15 years, right? Because I used to watch a lot of MTV. Beavis and Butthead and everything, like Beavis and Butthead before there were Beavis and Butthead, right? They were on at 2 o'clock in the morning, right? Because it was on Channel 4, right? And what happened is that it came on at 2 o'clock and then it was on till about 2 hours. And I used to think, why is this cartoon on for 2 hours? But what they used to do is that they used to break up the cartoons with like music videos with like Kerrang! Like Kerrang! And Rock and Metallica and all that stuff. And they were like doing that rock head thing where they'd rock the head. And you'd only get like 15 minutes of cartoons with them every hour. So you only got like half an hour of a cartoon really out of the 2 hours it aired. And that was on till about 4 o'clock. And you had things like called Adult Swim. Don't know if you've ever heard of Adult Swim. But that was one of the best shows ever made. I bet it's on YouTube, guaranteed. You check Adult Swim, like Space Ghost, Coast to Coast. And I'm going back like early 2000s. Like that was kind of like late 90s when that was happening. But like the early 2000s, you got stuff like Adult Swim and something Superstar Beatdown or something. It was called Celebrity Beatdown or. It was basically two celebrities made out of plasticine who were wrestling. right? I'm sure it was called Celebrity Beatdown. So you had like, I don't know, at the time you'd have actors and actresses would have a lot of controversy that I didn't understand. So obviously you don't really understand much of politics, but there was a lot of political referencing in Adult Swim that I didn't understand, but I still watched it. I still watched it, and I still invested my time into it. So he's stopping at that base and watching his movements. It looks like he stops at this compound. So I think I should follow the river. And I could go on and on about TV shows back then. There was... I can't remember the name of it, right? I'll probably... If I googled it and investigated it, I'll probably find out, right? But it was basically... They were called... They were made at the time. And I used to be really into Channel 4 in England, right, the UK Channel 4, and it was basically a lot of university students that are now very popular producers and directors and stuff in TV. They would release 5-minute like shorts of like episodal threats, right? So how can I explain this? So this woman, there was like this 5-minute short where it was called Nuclear. I'm sure the episode was called Nuclear, right? And like this was on about 3 o'clock in the morning or 2 o'clock in the morning. It was like really late because Beavis and Butthead was weekends, right? So this was on through the week, right? And it went on for years, not like 2 or 3 years. And this short episode was called Nuclear, and this woman was obsessed with cleaning, right? And she said that she could smell lead, right? And she was going around knocking on the neighbours' doors and stuff. And she's like, do you smell it? Like, she was like an oldish lady, very northern English lady, right? Because they were made by English entrepreneurial filmmakers. And this lady's like knocking from door to door, and she's like trying to, like, she smells this lead, but like no one else can smell it, right? Like nobody else can smell this lead. And like I don't know what lead smells like. Does anyone know what lead smells like? But I don't know. I won't go around smelling lead. Even Superman won't go near lead. So that is a symbol to tell you that lead is dangerous. Right? It's a dangerous, scentless compound, isn't it? There's no smell to lead. That's the idea, right? That's the whole point, because lead has got no smell to it. It's poisonous, right? So this lady is basically going around saying that she can smell lead, and no one can believe it because everyone knows that you can't smell lead, right? And she's going around, she's trying to sniff out this lead, and she can smell it everywhere. She's walking and she's asking everyone about it in the street. And she finds like this newspaper, right? She finds like a newspaper, right? And when she looks at the newspaper, right? The date of the newspaper is like 2032 or something. Right, it's like 2032, and back then when I was watching it, it was like 2002. So you think about it, back then, that was like that was a long time in the future. That, you know, it's 20 years into the future. So it's a long time away for me at that time. I remember this is a TV show, by the way. So the next thing is she's reading the newspaper, and it says, Britain, leaders of nuclear energy, right? World leaders of nuclear energy, right? Whoa, my character's glitching out. Whoa. Right, so, and it's got like, you know, like that power plant in The Simpsons. Right, it's a power plant in The Simpsons, right? Like Homer Simpson works at. Right, there's like pictures of them, right? And basically, they're basically all over, like, the United Kingdom, these power plants, right? And just keep in mind, this is a fictional short episode, and what I'm explaining all happened within 5 minutes, right? If that. Maybe 5 minutes and 30 seconds, but 5 minutes, right? And it basically says, when she's reading it, and she's really, like, the scene is quite distracting. If I'm trying to describe this to you, if anyone's watching, the scene is very distracting and disturbing in some sense, because her facial expression is really distracting and disturbing, right? Because she's an elderly lady, and the way she's smelling, it's like she's disgusted by everything. She's disgusted by the newspaper, holding it. She's disgusted by looking at it. She's disgusted by reading it. She's disgusted about smelling whatever she's smelling. She's just disgusted overall. It's a very disgusted attitude and vulgar expression of despair. A very good actress, actually. And all this is happening within a few seconds. All these short, pulsing scenes and stuff, you know. And basically, when she reads and reads and reads, like, there's no sport in there anymore. It's just basically politics, nuclear energy, and social stuff. And I suppose back then they didn't know about the smartphone, or maybe they didn't have enough money to create one, and the effects, so they still used the newspaper, right? So maybe that was a budget thing. But she's reading and reading until she gets to a point where it says dangerous earthquakes, right? Dangerous mild earthquakes detected in, like, London, right? This is what it says. It's like small earthquakes detected in areas that aren't really supposed to have earthquakes, right? Oh, the sun's come out. And she starts panicking and stuff, because it says, like, you know, phone lines and power will be affected. So it said phone lines, water, power, transit, trade, right, may be affected to this phenomenon, right, this newfound phenomenon, right? And she starts panicking because she's got, like, friends and family there, and she runs back home with this facial expression of despair and vulgarness and smelling the air, and she starts, like, rubbing her face a lot, and she's, like, feeling really irritated. And she didn't have a mobile, because they were quite expensive back then in 2002. They were about 500 quid, which in today's money is about 1,000 quid, right? So they were quite expensive back then. They only became cheap in a couple of years after that. So she runs home and tries to use the landline, and lo and behold, it doesn't work, right? It doesn't work. and she tries to turn on TV. Doesn't work. And because it's so early in the day, she didn't really realise that the power had gone. She didn't realise that the power had gone. Right, and then she goes into the kitchen and she's looking out the window, and she's kind of like got her hands palm down on the worktop, and she's looking at the wall, and I think it was like a late husband on the wall. And when she looks, she remembers she had like a map of like the country that basically, it was like an information guide. It's like, I don't know if it was what to do in an emergency, and all the power outlets in the country. So basically they believed that by 2032 everyone would be aware of where the power's coming from. So basically they'd be pushing the narrative, right, of like, even you as a person, like, this is what the imagination of the writer was doing. We will all be informed of where your energy is coming from directly in your home. So basically, you as a customer will know directly where your local nuclear plant is. This was the fictional imagination of the time in the story. And what happens is basically is that the country builds too many, because there's loads of people on the island the story was depicting, and it's become so chock-a-block with people that there's just too much energy being used on the island. And what happens is the nuclear plants, they explode, right? They explode. And that smell of lead that she could smell was actually radiation. Right? It was radiation leaking from all the power plants. And one, I don't know how it happens, I don't think it's possible, but basically one explodes in the distance. An actual full-on nuclear plant. Like they must have put all the money into that little special effects nuke going off there, like, and like, it's like this orange, right? It's the colour that was frightening, because it was right from a window, and that was their local power plant that was leaking the radiation and exploded locally. And then, like, it basically ended with the blast hitting the kitchen. Like, it just went off. Like, basically all the power plants in the country just go kaboom, basically, because like there was too much energy being used. Like, I don't think that's possible in reality, because everything's regulated, but in this fictional alternative universe in this TV show, that's what happened. And it's funny that it's nearly 2032, and I'm thinking about that TV show, and I was like, no way. I was like, that person who made that little 5-minute shot had a real bold vision of the future, and that was really good, and I was very impressed. And it scared the living daylights out of me, because it was like this orange colour that was coming from it, like a lighthouse, right? I'll be honest with you, it was like a lighthouse, but it wasn't light coming from a lighthouse. That would probably be the nuclear reaction happening in the daytime. And that was when there's like overpopulace of nuclear reactors, earthquakes, no phone lines. Like in that universe, it went the opposite direction. But dystopian stories were very common back then, you know. Dystopian catastrophes and disasters. You had films like Deep Impact and Armageddon not long before. Do you know what I mean? You had a lot of those disaster films. You know, the millennium was coming, the year 2000. People were frightened that everything would end, the rapture would come. You know what I mean? It was a lot of conspiracy back then. So I'm not surprised people did make those type of stories. You know, and it frightened me back then. You know, in an entertainment fashion. But very, very compelling. And you know what? There were other ones that I'm not going to share because they were a lot darker. That one would probably be the most, like, ambient of acceptance that people could accept, because it's related to where we are now, when everyone kind of like is going in that direction. They want to build power plants for AI. Right, so it's kind of like it's necessary to explain that, but the other stories they had in it, believe me, guys, they were so dark. Some of them, I can't even believe that they were allowed to be aired. But they were. It was like really late at night though. It like back then you could basically after 12:30 a.m. you kind of like got all the profanity referencing. I'm trying to think what it's called, because I remember I watched that along, like, Adult Swim came on after that, because I had like a little setup late at night, because I am terrible for staying up, and like back then I'd stay up till like 4-5 o'clock in the morning, you know, watching those bizarre shows. Not all the time. It's a bit dark there. But yeah, I cannot remember those shots. And a lot of them were done at night in the TV show itself, so a lot of them were all nighttime. That one that I just explained was the only one that I can recall it being in the day. They were very rare the daylight ones. They were all nighttime. I do remember one episode where it was like, I'm not gonna go too deep into it, but it was like this daughter that was like sheltered by her mum and dad and grandma and granddad. Right, like live like this really sheltered life. Like, she must have been about 20, like 19 or 20. But like, I think the referencing was in the show, and this is where it gets really dark. Like, believe it or not, we all grow up, right? All of us do. Whether some people can accept that or not, everyone eventually grows up, right? And becomes their own person, with their own personality and their own values and their own life that they can live however they wish, as long, right, as we don't hurt anybody in the process, right? So everyone can live whatever life they wish to, right? You know, to help and to further improve all humankind. Some families in this dark episode, right? Some have difficulty in this fictional episode that is purely written in fiction, right? It's not based on any real family, right? It's like a TV show, remember? Like a fictional drama. Well, thriller. Drama thriller. Sometimes horror. You know, sometimes they shelter these family members a little bit too much, right? Where to a point where they never grow up in their eyes. Like, you ever heard that saying where like where you hear parents say, oh, like, I'm not saying every parent does this or every grandparent, right? But a lot of the times, the children never grow up. They're always children to them because they're always in the cradle. Like, I'm not saying all, like, as I've said, not everyone thinks like that, but in this fictional episode, they kind of wouldn't let go of that essence with this daughter and granddaughter in this dark shot. So then what happened was is that, like, she had like the lighting of the show and everything. It was kind of like, oh, you know like I don't know, like, I wouldn't say biblical, right? I wouldn't say biblical, right? But I definitely say it was oracle type based, not biblical, but oracle type filming. You know, like bright sunshine, nice bright coloured bricks. You know where I'm coming from, right? Decorative displays, lots of vibrancy and social enterprise, pop culture, whatever you call it, right? Like it's there, but then on a night time she would sneak out up, you know, the window, right? So she had this other life, right? She had like this other life when it was night time. Because like I said, these shows were all set at night. It was all about night and day, right? So you can imagine, like, the things that the person was doing to release an essence of being imprisoned, really. Like, it was just an expression in the filmmaker, I suppose. You know what I mean? It was like a way to express themselves emotionally. You know, and how this sheltered daughter and granddaughter, like, they're so proud of her university pictures, photos for family phone calls, like dinner around the table, you know what I mean? Jesus on the wall and stuff, you know, all that stuff. You know what I mean? The cross and that on the wall, and like, you know, all the assets of a good Christian family. You know, going to church and all that stuff. I mean, I go to church. I love going to church, right? So, like, in the Lord's name, where am I? I think I'm in Australia, in the bush. But it's like, I didn't even know that these places existed in London, you know. Like these places, like this person was going to, were just, I didn't know existed. No, it's funny how when you see those things and you didn't even think, no, but it was like a concealed life. You know, and I think what the producer or the writer was trying to convey is that no matter how you try and shine the light on things, everyone has their own, like, their own choices, whether it'll be by day or by night, you know. And I suppose the TV show is a lot darker from how I've expressed it, because I don't want to really say too much about it, because it is a lot of disclosure, you know, and I'll try and find out what it's called, because imagine, like, you could probably watch about, like, because it only lasted for 2 seasons and they repeated a lot of them, right? And these were 5 minutes, so there was probably only about 10 episodes per season, so they made about 20 shorts. Now, whether they're still accessible, because they were quite distracting. It was kind of like, you know, like Black Mirror. You know, we got Black Mirror now, right? That's what it's called, isn't it? Black Mirror. Right, so imagine Black Mirror back in 2002 on Channel 4. Before Adult Swim. And it was after LA Law. So you'd watch, like, LA Law. Right? Which was brilliant. Oh, you'd watch LA Law and Law and Order. Whoa! Sometimes NYPD Blue would come on with Detective Sipowicz. What a show! I can't see shit in the dark, guys. Sorry. I'm gonna have to wait. I know it's boring. That's why I'm trying to entertain you guys with stories, if anyone's watching. But yeah, NYPD Blue. Whoa! Like, and then NYPD Blue stopped at about 1 AM or half 1. It was like 20, I don't know. It was in between 1 and half 1. And that's when I used to watch Channel 4 after that. Because my brother would go to bed. And that was really good content, that. Imagine watching LA Law, Law and Order, and NYPD Blue all within two and a half hours. Your night was set. And because there's so many episodes of all of those TV programs, there was just an unlimited source of content. You know, unless you recorded them on video, which I didn't really do much of, really, to be honest with you. There were at one time a VHS library of tape shows. Believe me, there was. I actually had, like, those shorts in Adult Swim on certain VHS tapes. Whether they're still at my mother's, well, her house even. Really good times for television. TV now, apparently, is unfortunately not that good. Because those TV shows I was watching at the time were newly aired. They just, in case you missed it at 6:30 on satellite, you could watch it on terrestrial television, which was channels 1 to 5, by the way. We only had 5 channels back then, so you had to wait till really late at night before you could watch it. I used to listen to the radio a lot as well, you know. The radio was awesome. One time, I actually got a telephone call through my radio. Like, I didn't answer it. I don't mean I answered it. I heard a telephone call. I'm going back a long time ago as well. Like, I don't know if mobiles were around at that time, but I did hear you can pick up a phenomenon where you can pick up on people's calls. Someone told me in the future that it was someone else's transmission over radio that I tapped into accidentally. But I said, how could I? It was my hi-fi. It was my actual stereo. Because back then you carried your stereo around with you, had a handle and everything, you just walk around with it. It's class. Where's my lighter? There it is. Like two people talking about pigeons. And like animals they were. And then, you know, like when it zips off and then the radio comes back on with the music. That's what it did. So like made like this, you know, like a tuning sound, like a woo woo, like a weird whoop. Whoosh, looped into that transmission. I heard two people talking for about 2 minutes, if that, and then it kind of like went, and then back to the radio. I was like, whoa, like weird. You can actually pick up telephone signals, you know, through the old televisions that had manual tuners, right? So if you've got a TV that's got a manual tuner, right, you can actually pick up mobile phone calls. Like you got to spend all day like going through the decimals, right? But imagine if you had an AI system that could manually operate the manual tune. Like, it'd be very difficult. You'd have to be lucky to pick up on one. But it is possible. It is. That's why they stopped analog TV, you know. You were picking up people's mobile telephone calls. That's why they banned it. That's why they got rid of analog TV. It was interfering with digital mobiles. There were people from, like, Congress within the country and Parliament, international relations. People can hear it on the television. You know what I mean? Oh, I'm tired though. I have got some food in the oh, sugar and shit. Oh, I'm really tired today. No, where's Asmongold back on? It is right, Asmongold. I think he's class me. I watch Asmongold me. I like his passive personality. You know, very passive, very Clark Kent, you know. I like the fact that he has that Clark Kent passive, but also direct. It's like a very curly whirly type of content. And I think the curly whirly that Asmongold does is really good. Because chocolate curly whirlies are awesome, but he kind of like does that effect with his content, you know. If his videos was like rope, you'd have like this plaited Viking, like mosaic-y, glistening rope with many knots and patterns, all formulating content that interweaves with one another. And it's very good how someone can take another video and spin another video off another video and get away with it through what's it called? I don't know, kudos? Is it called kudos? I'm sure it's called kudos. And for me, I'd say Asmongold has got kudos on a lot of subjects and things that are happening around the world. I think he explains it very well, and I always return back to his videos, because I would actually be, you know, if I met someone like Asmongold in like high school or something, or college, I'd be friends with that guy, or at least I would want to get to know that individual, because I could tell that he was like into computer games and just like having a laugh and stuff. A really cool guy. And I think he lost his father as well a couple of weeks ago, and I have been there with that. That is no easy task. You know, and getting back on the streaming like 2.5 weeks later, legend. It'd probably take me about 6 months. That 2.5 weeks, the guy's like back on. Some people are just made of stone and steel and iron. You know, they can deal with those type of pressures and still be able to provide content. That's when you know that people are good at what they do, is when they're under extreme pressures like that and they can still perform. I like Sniper Wolf as well, she's cool. Is it her name Sniper Wolf? Let's have a look. Sniper... It is, with 3 S's. She's awesome. Right, if you click on that. Yeah, she's cool. She's just similar content to Asmongold, right? It's like the female format, right? Wow, 35 million 35 million people. Well done, right? That is awesome. Well done, Sniper Wolf. Well, I got to admit, like, I am one of them subscribers, so I am part of that for 5 million because I think she's cool. Asmongold, I am subscribed to Asmongold. Yep, I am. He's been covering a lot of content as well around my country, which is cool. I think they're really the only two that I watch with content stuff. The conspiracy dudes are good though, aren't they? Like, is it Trigger or something? Oh, what's his name? I'm not thinking of the Trigger from Only Fools of Horses, neither. That was a good TV show, Only Fools and Horses, that's class. Can't remember his name now. But he's like a cool YouTuber. Ooh, 10 to 12, wow. You're still watching my stream? Well, you are awesome if you are. If anyone is. How can you put up with night vision and rain? You know this game's broke with the weather system. If anyone changes their modes within the game, it just breaks the weather. It's unbelievable. It's like it's not their fault. You know what I mean? So it's not the other player's fault. It's just a broken weather game. Oh, I did too much walking today. I had to go where I was going today anyway, so... Well, yesterday. Today still. It's not tomorrow yet. Tomorrow is in 9 minutes. It's still today. We've still got 9 minutes in England of today. Imagine if the tripods from War of the Worlds came at midnight. Ooh. Tore through London Bridge. Appear above Big Ben. A stampede of people. Indeed. All trying to escape the Exodus. What was it when I arrived at the red brick house? My wife and her father were gone. I headed east as I needed to get a boat out of England. Let's go. Richard Burton. Richard Burton. God, that guy was just a legend. What happened to all these legends? Oh, that's right, they got old and passed away. That's what happened to him. That's what happened to the legends that I love. Like Steve McQueen. You know, he was a legend. Sean Connery. Roger Moore. Oh, wow. Legends, I tell you. Legends. I remember when Friends was booming. Friends, right? You know, Monica, Rachel, Ross, Chandler, Joey, Phoebe, Gunther, Ross's mum and dad, all that stuff. And you would watch them live at the awards, right? So you would watch them live, right? Like, not online, no. Like, you were sat there in front of the TV with your family, basically, all watching it together. And they looked amazing back then. Yeah, I'm talking, like, I mean, the show started, what, 93, 94? So I'm going back, like, 99, 2000. And Jennifer Aniston, wow. Whoa. I mean, all of them looked amazing, but the, like Monica, well, Courtney Cox, Lisa Kudrow. Like, Courtney Cox back then, she did a film called Scream 2. Oh my god, she played Gail Weathers. You gotta see her in Scream 2 with that green dress. She's the only woman that I knew who got away with a mint lime green dress. And it's Courtney Cox, and she is absolutely, like, totally desirable in Hollywood fashion. And she was in Friends, and Jennifer Aniston, right? The thing is with Jennifer Aniston, right? She could never do movies, but she was just really good at Friends. Like, it's a shame that, because she's a really good actress, right? She's probably like one of the most talented. But that role as Rachel Green cemented her in that Hall of Fame. There wasn't anything else Jennifer Aniston could do, and it wasn't her fault. She did actually do loads of like movies, and they were pretty good, right? Like, I don't know if I was like, if it's not my genre of film, but the overall aspect that she was doing was pretty cool. You know, she's done some weird stuff as well as she's gotten more mature in her performance years. But she how long's this rain? See how long that is? Probably a glitch. Let's give it another half an hour, because this should have gone by. Should have gone by now. And Lisa Kudrow, right, did like the most, like, movies that I would never expect her to do. Like, I think she did one was like a high school reunion one or something. But like, Lisa Kudrow had the same fate as Jennifer Aniston, because you can never see her apart from Phoebe, right? So it was only Courtney Cox that was... She basically had more skills. Let's be honest. Right, if you want me to be logical about it and not, like, you know, have creative difference within them all, basically Courtney Cox had more skills. And that's not to say that Jennifer and Lisa Kudrow didn't have other skills in other departments more than Courtney Cox. They certainly did, you know, in terms of skills and professions. But Courtney Cox at that time could do other roles, like Ace Ventura, you know, and you know, like Scream series, and she did another few other films as well. She could really do it well. And it was the same with Matt LeBlanc, right? Like Matt LeBlanc, who does Top Gear. It was similar for him as well, because he basically is just Joey Tribbiani. Right? You can't see Matt LeBlanc in any other thing apart from being Joey Tribbiani. Even when he's on Top Gear, all people see is Joey Tribbiani. And that is something that he sees as, probably in his younger years, a blessing. But as he's gotten more mature, he probably sees it more now as an annoyance. But he still appreciates it nonetheless, no doubt. And I think the most successful two out of the male actors would be Matthew Perry and David Schwimmer. Like Ross and Chandler. Like them two, I would say, were the most, like, compelling. I'd say Matthew Perry was definitely comedy relief, and Ross was definitely that area of ourselves that, how can I say, it's like that very high moral ground, right? He's like, I wouldn't say he's obsessive, right? I mean, I suppose he is, right? Ross, isn't he? I suppose the character Ross is obsessive. David Schwimmer did a really good job portraying Ross, because even though he was obsessive and he was privileged, you know, because he was very spoiled, so he was very privileged, wasn't he? And that was his comedy element, you know, turning his privilege into a comedy. That's what made David Schwimmer pull off Ross very well. You know, a lot of people don't say that to him, probably, but it's the truth. Like, literally, it was his privileged behaviour that really made him funny, because he made that privileged behaviour his comedy arc. And Chandler, his comedy arc was his gullibleness. So Chandler was very gullible, but he was also very smart, right? Because he was the one who got paid the most out of all of them. He was the highest paid character, Chandler. I think Rachel was second at Bloomingdale's. She worked at Bloomingdale's. And I think Joey was third because he was like an extra in an acting career. And then it was Monica, as she was a chef. And Lisa Kudrow, who was Phoebe, who was basically a performer and masseuse. So she was a street performer, well, an entertainer. Not in the street, sorry, like in Central Park and other places. And she was a masseuse. So they all had the separate careers and comedy arcs. Phoebe was into that, like, witchcraft. She was the witch. If you were going to put it into a like an element of if they were fantasy characters, like in Dungeons and Dragons, Phoebe would be a witch or a female cleric, right? Either a female cleric or like a white witch, like a good witch, not a bad witch, a good one. She would definitely be a witch. because that was her type of comedy arc, was her being a witch. Rachel was the princess, right? She had like the witch, the princess, and you had the what's it called? Because Monica was overweight when she was in high school. She was obese, and then she became beautiful, right? So what, I don't know, it's called restitution? What's it called when someone turns something around that's life-changing? What's it called? A visionary? A visionary? So Monica was a visionary. So you had the princess, the witch, and the visionary. So a visionary is like a paladin, because Monica was made the place look clean, spick and span. She maintained the home, so she was definitely a paladin. Because because paladins maintain their faith in what they do. They make a promise to themselves, a paladin, and they stick to that promise. They actually hold an oath to themselves through a god to do it. Like their god will ensure to help them do it. The paladin is pure of heart. So that's what Monica gave off. You know, Joey's the bard, right? So Joey Tribbiani would have been a bard, right? In Dungeons and Dragons with friends, he'd be a bard, and Ross would be, I would say, he did mention Gandalf a lot, so I would reference he would be like a trainee wizard who was always making mistakes. But when he got it right, it was good. Do you know what I mean? Like he got it wrong a lot, right? You know, as a wizard, like Ross would get it wrong a lot, but when they really needed it to happen, he would pull off the magic when they really needed it. Because remember, Ross was the one that got everyone invited to all those awards. So whenever there was awards, dinners, meetings and greetings with popular people who were in the show, it was always Ross that made that happen. Not Joey, not anyone else, just Ross. So he was kind of a wizard of the group. You know, and if you turned friends into a Dungeons and Dragons thing, it would actually be the best show on TV. Surprised they've not done it yet. Surprised they've not done like a Dungeons and Dragons Friends, whether in a tavern or something. I suppose no one's really able to write it. Maybe it's just too much these days. Maybe people just don't have the time or the money to do it. Maybe back then they did. And I don't believe that the Big Bang Theory had any relation to Friends. Sugar. Oh. We went into photo mode by accident. Has he shot me? I think he has. It's funny, I kind of look like a turtle though. Is that like a Kodak moment? Should take a picture. Yeah. I would say that we are definitely... Oh well, look at the empty canisters. Look at this guy, just faceless. Look at that. Wow, this guy's faceless, look. He's got like a pair of glasses on. Let's take a picture of that. Probably because I'm getting tired, that. Maybe it's just too late. Look how they shoot though, it's not even professional, is it? It's probably because they're low-ranking minions, aren't they? It's not like the Unidad. If that was Unidad, it'd be like an assault rifle or something else. Ah. Oh. Since my smell came back, though, at least I wonder why I hadn't sneezed though for weeks. I was like, why have I not sneezed, me? You know what I mean? And then all of a sudden I woke up one day and I could smell. It's like, apparently, you know, like, for like nearly, because I had a real, well, I had sinusitis, right? So I had like this sinusitis, right? And sinusitis doesn't go away. If you have it untreated and use your own immune system, it like takes about 6 weeks, right, to go away. Because it's an infection in your nasal passage, going all the way through to near under your eyes, right? And it takes your smell, right? It takes your smell. But it does it in a way that you can't really tell that you've lost your smell, right? You can't tell. So your brain, right? So what I was doing was, you know, like when I was smelling coffee and chocolate, and I could smell it. I couldn't really smell it. It was like my brain was making up. Because I'd smelled it for so long, right? Because, like, you know, like, we've been... like, when you've been on the planet for decades, for example, right? Just for example, right? And you've been smelling for decades. You know, flowers, scents, everything. And then all of a sudden, it's just gone. Right? Well, it doesn't just happen like that. Right? It doesn't just go like that. It's a gradual erosion. When your smell naturally goes, it's a gradual, like, slow process that eventually you just lose your smell altogether. But when it's like infection based, you just lose it overnight. But your brain, because it's such a real awful itis, like an infection, it's an awful infection, it slowly takes your smell. So basically whatever I was smelling, I wasn't really smelling. Like, I was, but it wasn't correct. My brain was just making up smells because I'd done it for so long. Your brain recreates the smell in your brain to you know, until it runs out of that energy. Your brain must have a backup system of smelling things to, you know, so you stay alive, you know, so you're not completely, like, useless in the wild as a human. You must have a backup smell system that when an infection takes your smell, your brain must kick in like something that will read it and do its best to kind of like, it's this and it's that, you know, until those soldiers are gone or they've run out. They'll do it. Whatever those neurons are, or electrons, or electrolytes, or whatever they're called, whatever they do, like, it's amazing. And like, one day when my smell came back, I had this really strange smell in my nose. The weirdest of smells. It's kind of like, I think I said to my friend, it basically, I could smell my nose healing, if that makes any sense. And they said, yeah, it does. It's like everything's amplified when I smell it. It's like, but it happened overnight. No sneezes for 5 weeks, and then all of a sudden, smell comes back. Week later, these things were huge sneezes, massive belters, loud as well, 3 or 4, maybe 5 at a time. Apparently it's your white blood cells reacted. So, yeah. That's what I had to go through August. And a little bit of September. I think my smell came back right about the 20th. I didn't go to the doctors though. He'd have sent me to the hospital, you know. If I went to that doctor's, right, if I went to that doctor's, they would have had me in that hospital giving blood tests, test this, test that. Wouldn't have got out of there for about 6 hours. I promise you. And I thought, you know what, I'll fight this myself. And I did. It just took, you know, if I went to the doctors, it'd have took 2 weeks. It'd have probably been gone within a week or 2 weeks because I'd been given penicillin. You know what I mean? Or, but what they do now, the doctors here, is like they must have got like new equipment or new technology or something. They check basically everything. They check everything, like absolutely everything. What you've eaten, what's not in your blood, what is in it. Well, it's not like what's not in your blood, it's what's low in your blood. They tell you, and they give you all sorts for that stuff, like stuff you can buy over the counter. Sometimes you just like don't know what you need, and you go for a blood test, and it's just like, oh yeah, they give you all this stuff. Next thing is you're doing cartwheels and somersaults. You know, like a week later, you're like a superhuman. You know what I mean? You know, but sometimes you gotta rely on your own body. You can't keep going and getting like different. If you know, if you can work through it and try and get through it and beat it yourself, your body has naturally defeated that through diet, hydration, and immune system. You know what I mean? You're making your body stronger, a lot stronger and resilient, and more yield to that type of infection again. Your body will know how to defeat it before it arrives. You won't even get a chance. You know, where if you go to the doctors and get medicine, the next time it comes around, eventually the doctor will say to you, you've got to fight it on your own. Do you know what I mean? Like, eventually the doctors in the end have to say that sometimes. And that is just like, oof. But the key is, if you try and fight at the beginning. The only thing is, though, the older you get, the harder that becomes, obviously. And then the eventuality comes where you've always got to go, even when you get a mild cold. You've got to go. I remember my grandma and granddad, when they got colds, they had to go to the hospital and everything. So, and they were in like the late 70s at the time. My granddad was like 77 for 20 years. I remember asking me mum like years ago when I was a child. I was like, how old's granddad? She's like, 77. I was like, really? She's like, yeah. I was like, he's old. She's like, yeah, 77. And then I remember, like, when I got a lot older, like a man, right? Like when I was an actual man, right? And I'm like, Mum, what's this about? She's like, oh, it's your granddad's birthday. I was like, is it? I was like, how old is it? She's like, 77. I was like, he's been 77 for 20 years. Like, how old is this guy? Right? How old is he? Like, everyone's saying he's 77. He's been 77 for 20 years. He has to be. And it's only until I brought it up with my oldest brother. Like, my oldest brother, right? I'm like, we're playing arcade games. And I'm like, do you remember Grandad being 77 for 20 years? And he just burst out laughing. He was like, yeah. Grandad was 77 for 20 years. I said, was he like 110 or something? was it like 110 or was he like, you know, like he just like, so that means then, if this is right, if he was 77 then when that means he was 57, right? But he was like, apparently he was like 57 back in 1967 or something. Do you know what I mean? It's like they just made up his age. Everyone just made up their age back then, you know. There was no ID. There was like Grandad never had any. I don't think they ever carried any. And if they did, it was probably a passport. Do you know what I mean? Obviously, I never got to see that passport. Like, but I think he was born in 1920. Right? I think that's what year he was born in. So he was born in 1920. 30, 40, 50. Yeah, 1957 he was 37 then. 1957 he was 37, apparently. So that means in the 80s then. Like what? So if no, 28, like 30, 40, 50, 1957, 67, 77. So in 1987 then apparently he would have been 60, yeah, he'd have been 67, obviously, in 87. So he's 77 in 97 then. If he was born in 1920, but he was 90, but he's been 77 for decades. So no, you know, he was like 77 for like, well, I'm saying 20 years because that's what I'm recollected from when I became from like a really small child, from when I was like becoming an adult. You know, I'm just trying to work out myself if he was born in 1920, but no one knows if he was born in 1900, right? He could have been born in 1900, right? He could have been 87 in 1987, he could have been 77 in 1977. So what? So what? In 1977, for example, he like pretended he was 77 from 1977 to 1997? Or was it that my mum was just having a laugh with me and just like having a joke? And you know, like as people do, they like have their own jokes. She probably just like joked around and just said he was 77 for like 20 years. I don't know. I don't know. Who knows, right? Because I'm not trying to be specific with years there, like, or trying to dox my age or anything. It's nothing like that. I'm just giving you examples, you know. But I was, I just couldn't believe it when I brought it up with my oldest brother, and he agreed with me. He was like, "Yeah, you are right. He was 77 for 20 years." Oh, I tell you. You used to have this newspaper, right? A massive newspaper. It was kind of like the size of a window. Right, literally this newspaper was as big as a window. Like an average size window. Like you could put an entire newspaper in that window, it covered it up. It was that big. And it'd just be full of horse racing. Like, they had newspapers back then which was dedicated to horse racing, and my granddad would just read this newspaper all day about horse racing, and it was so small, the numbers on the newspaper, that it told you all the stats of the horses, you know, over the past like 2 years, because I think a horse races for 2 years. Like, I know a horse racing expert will correct me there if I'm wrong, but I'm sure it's 2 years. And he would basically ransack every single stat of every single horse. And he'd do that every day. That was his retirement idea. Sit down, read the newspaper, do the crossword, and read the horse racing. Yeah, like a really successful business as well, like my granddad back in the day. A very successful couple, my grandma and granddad. I remember one time there was a lot of... They used to call them social clubs. I do remember a lot of activity going on in them social clubs. I think they call them labour clubs as well. Like, I'm not saying that's part of the political party. I'm not saying that type of labour. It's a different type. It's got nothing to do with that. They just called them labour clubs. I think it had something to do with basically people who've been working down the mine. So people who are working down the mine, like basically every like Sunday, they'd go to a labour club because all the labourers that perform labour in the mine only got 1 day off a week. And on that Sunday they go to church, right? That's what they do. So my granddad would work from 6 till 2 down the mine. I think they work 6-2 down the mine. So we do 6-2 every day, Monday to Friday, and then on a Saturday you did 9-12 on a Saturday. She did 3 hours labour apparently on a Saturday. This would have been like, I mean, we don't know what year he was born, like, because that's the thing about him being 77 for 20 years, but this must have been in the 50s. We're talking like the early 50s here, right? So this guy in the early 50s in England was like getting up at like 5 o'clock in the morning in freezing cold winter and driving to a mine and working in it. How dark would that have been though? Meeting up with everyone. And then all those miners, right, would work together from Monday to Friday and the Saturday, and then they would all together with their wives on a Sunday, right, go to church and then the labour clubs. That was their life. That's all they did. That was it. And they got absolutely pissed. They got drunk as skunks, the absolute lot of them, every Sunday. And that was their life for like Lord knows how long. Maybe 40 years, I'd say. Because if they got married if they were in the 20s, early 20s, and 20s, 30, yeah, they must have been rocking that 20, 30 years, that routine, until he retired. I'm just trying to think, like, imagining my granddad there, and like he's going working down the mine there, and all them miners in Sheffield and that and everywhere, like those freezing cold, like before the war as well, like after the World War One, but before World War Two as well. Jeez, I wonder what that would have been like. He was a pilot as well, my granddad. He was an aviator in World War Two. He did both. He did like aviation. He did like them turrets as well under the planes. Don't know what they're called. There's an actual title for it. I'd like his picture and medals and all that, like in the living room and stuff. I'll be going to bed shortly though, guys. I don't think I can complain anymore. I'm just talking until I end the stream. I do appreciate if anyone is watching though. I have tried my best there. Maybe because it's winter and it's getting colder. I don't know. But I have tried, like. Maybe they're getting caught in that storm today. So that was brutal. There's a brutal storm in the UK today. It's gone now, like. It was there before. The wind was howling before it stopped now. Must have gone. But I was definitely caught in it. earlier on today. Oh. I've got some like salami in the fridge. Or is it pastrami? I think it's salami I've got. Can always eat that. Just, it's a bit, I don't know, I think it might be a bit acidic for late at night maybe, eating that type of stuff, but I don't know. We've all had kebabs and pizzas, right? Takeaways this time of night. We've all had them. I have not been drunk for a long time. I want to get absolutely sloshed. I don't know whether I should get sloshed on Christmas or sloshed like before that. But I don't want to get sloshed like every night. I just want to do it like just that one night. I remember I'd not had a drink for years, and I saw me brother, right? And he just said, "Do you want to get drunk?" I was like, "Yeah, alright." You know, I went through 3 bottles of brandy. You know, I'd not even drank. It was a long time, and it was brandy and coke we had. And we went through 3 bottles of it, and I didn't throw up once. Not once. I woke up the next day, and I felt like $1 million. And I phoned him, bro. I said, I feel great. Ah, good brandy that, wasn't it? I was like, good brandy. I was like, what was it? He was like, I don't know. Like, so he said, someone gave it to me from work. I was like, really? I was like, man. It's like, yeah, I got like 5 or 6 bottles, he said. We went through 3 of them. Brandy and coke. Like, I remember, I think it was on like my 8th glass. I could keep drinking it. It was that good. So yeah, I think definitely brandy and coke is definitely... I don't know about Diet Coca-Cola, but I wouldn't go anywhere near Red Bull with alcohol. So I wouldn't do that. But definitely brandy and coke. With no ice. Just like you know, put the Coca-Cola in the refrigerator, nice and chilled, preferably in cans. I know a lot of people get the bottle, the plastic bottles. I'd just invest in loads of cans, put them in the fridge or in an ice box, and enjoy it that way. I think that's the best way to enjoy brandy. Because I've got a bottle of port in the fridge. I bought that about 4 or 5 years ago. And I don't know whether you should keep port in the fridge. And I think I said that the other week. But maybe you're supposed to take it out. I don't know. What time is it now? 20 to 1. Why did people change their name? Can you just change your name now? You used to charge you for that, you know. You can just change your name now how many times you want. You just don't know where any money's anymore. Just keep changing the name. I remember 18 months ago, I was doing streams like well, to be honest with you, I think I had a different I used to do that's right, I had a bit more of a structure, so I used to do streams from about 6 o'clock till 10, right? And then on weekends I'd stream from like 4 o'clock till like 2 or 3 on a Friday, and then a Saturday. That's what I'd do. On a Friday, it was a bit later on a Friday. I'd stream till from 6 till 2, right? 6 in the evening till 2 o'clock in the morning on a Friday. I used to, and then I'd do like from 4 till 2 on a Saturday, and then stream till like 10:30 or 11 on a Sunday because I was in work on the Monday. But I'd do like 11-hour streams on a Friday, an 11-hour stream on a Saturday, so Friday and Saturday, and then a slightly shorter one on a Sunday. But I'd always do 4-hour streams from Monday to Friday. And I think because I stuck to like 4 hours every day, by the time like the Friday night came and the Saturday, I had an extra energy to like stream those additional hours in those days. Where now it's like a bit out of sync, where I could do like an 8 or a 9-hour stream randomly one day, a 1-hour stream or a 2-hour stream some other days, when really that 8-hour stream I did should only have been 4 hours, because I've done another 4 hours the next day rather than just 2 or 1. Like, it's hard to explain really, but my pattern's all over the place. Like, not content. My content will always be what it is, but I'm just talking more internally here. Like, the patterns I'm looking at, viewers wouldn't look at that. Obviously it's not your instinct to enjoy the picture of the guy blasting my brains out, right? You just enjoy that for now. This guy, this Terminator with the sunglasses on. You know, so to me, it's all over the place. And you need order and sequence and routine rather than just being random all the time. Because it doesn't do you any favours, especially with content. People like, viewers like structure and episodal content. You guys like stuff that, you know, is a set time. There's only a certain time of day you guys can watch. I don't think anyone in the UK really watches anymore. With like the general nature and that arc that content is in this country at the moment. I don't believe that UK content creators are the shining diamond at the minute, unless they've got contracts and sponsors and advertisements. If you're from the UK and got those type of things solidified within your channel, I think you're going to be alright. You know, because you got a lot of connections, they know who you are, you're on camera, you know, they're really in to that type of vibe, right? You know, your camera on, your face on there, your identity. You know, the system's really hungry for that at the minute. But if you're a gamer that's a guy that's narrating with no camera, you're at the bottom of the shitter. You're right at the bottom of the shit. Like, I'm talking, if I was to give you a graph of a big shit pile that's been there for a while, you know? Well, right at the very bottom of that big pile of dung, that is where streamers who are from England, basically, you know, England and the United Kingdom, they're fucked. Like we're fucked, guys. I mean, I accepted that, like, obviously a little while ago, round about middle of August, round about August 15th, August 16th. We're fucked. Unless your ass is showing in Wooly's window and you're wearing clown makeup or something. You know what I'm saying? That's me being sarcastic, by the way. I mean, you ain't got a chance. You know, that's no validation required, by the way. That's just me, like, making a joke out of it all, which it isn't really a joke, but it's the best I got. So I can't exactly be serious about it, because there's nothing I can do about it. But I am definitely truly fucked, especially when it comes down to like UK portals becoming like I said, unless you got sponsors or advertisers, you ain't got a goddamn chance. Unless your camera's on there, you might get a chance with the algorithm with the UK. Get your face and get identified. I think you'd be fine. But if you're not going to do that, like me, if you're not going to do that, they won't recommend my stuff to anyone. Nobody will. No one in YouTube would ever highlight or recommend content from someone who they don't truly know who they are. I can't see an artificial intelligence being comfortable with that, guys. I can see an artificial intelligence being comfortable with going, oh, so that's who you are, that's what you look like, that's what you sound like. Oh yeah, I can put them two together. Oh yeah, so that's how you behave. That's your mannerisms. That's your facial expressions. That's your hairstyle. That's the clothes you wear. That's the makeup you wear. That's the jewellery you wear. That's the room you're in. That's the ornaments you got. That's the furniture you have. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot for it to go by. Like, the AI is going to go wild with that. The algorithm's going to go fucking crazy for that shit. Right? Why do you think people have got crazy shit in the background? You ever notice that with popular channels have got crazy shit in the background? Like the lights and shit and the moving stuff and the decorations and the lights, and like, you think that's for the viewers. It's purely for the algorithm. That's purely for the AI, that. To read all the products and all the things you're using, and also it can download all the content in your room. That's what's happening, basically. People are just giving up their assets. Like, not literally, but periodically, indirectly, they're just giving away their Shazam to an artificial intelligence to get views, to get recommended. Once they stop doing that, you know what I mean? Once someone who's on camera and has all sorts of that crazy mad shit in the background suddenly stops doing that, watch what happens. They won't dare do that. Like, they would never dare do it. And I don't blame them either, because they've got a thing going, they've got a connection going, and that's what the AI is good at. It's giving you... have you ever heard of the word false sense of security? Like, security meaning your path in the algorithm, right? Like, the AI is really good at giving you that false sense. The idea is not to look too deep, but you've got to give up your identity, your features, your everything, just to get bounced, right? Just to get bounced, like a basketball. Well, they bounce a basketball, don't they? It's called a dribble, isn't it? It's a dribble, right? So when they dribble, they move with the ball. Well, imagine YouTube is the player, you are the ball. The floor is the audience. The floor is the audience, because depending on the floor depends on the quality of the game. If the floor is in shit order, the ball ain't gonna bounce. That means the floor doesn't bide well with the player and ball. That means the audience don't like the game. That means the audience don't like the show. Right? The hoop is the view. And who throws the ball in the hoop? Fucking YouTube. That's who throws the ball in the hoop, man. Nobody else. It's YouTube that throws it. It's bouncing you from... Right, so if it's free on YouTube to create a channel, that means you're the product. Right? You are the product. I am the product. So if this was free, if me creating this channel was free and there was no premium for it, that means I am the product. And you are. Viewers aren't the product. Viewers are the commodity. The product is the content, right? Which is the ball. It's all about the ball, isn't it? It's the ball. The player is obviously the platform of the team, right? Like, obviously there are many players in a team, and obviously there are many players in YouTube, right? Obviously there are, but to simplify things, it's one player, one-on-one, right? Or it could just be one player on the pitch. Because at the minute there's only about 3, right? There's YouTube, TikTok, and Kick. So there's 3 players on the pitch. And they've all got a ball each, right? It's not like there's only one ball between 3 players, guys. Think about that for a minute. A true game of sport is one ball. But these platforms, these players on this court, they've got a ball each with no defensive barrier. So there's no one to stop them from shooting hoops. The only way they're going to miss hoops is if they openly miss themselves without any blockage. So YouTube, TikTok and Kick, for example, there are no contestants because they don't compete with one another. They work with one another, right? Obviously they do. Otherwise they won't be there. That's why it's not a true game of sport yet in 2025, is it? I mean, it's coming, just not yet. It's when that ball gets taken away from those other 2 players and there's only one ball on the field. That is when you start seeing some serious changes. And I'm not saying it's coming around anytime soon, guys. I'm not trying to say that. But I know how this shit works, and I know exactly how this system is, and I know exactly what these platforms mean, and I know exactly what YouTube is doing. I've researched it, I've read it, and to be quite honest, what I've discovered is, it's like, you know when you have a fart, every fart's different, right? And the reason why you have a fart, right, is because you have to change energy. You have to change it. Your body is programmed to do it, and you can't help it. No matter how beautiful you are, no matter how good looking you are, or how clean your house is, or how clean your clothes are, eventually you're going to have to let one go. You're going to have to step around and wait till no one's looking, or shut the door and put the music on and let it out. You're gonna do it, right? You know, it's gotta happen. But every time you do that, it's gonna be a different experience. Every single time, you're gonna be going in a different room. You're gonna be going in different places. You're going to be ducking and diving. You're going to be letting one rip. Eventually you'll get caught, right? Eventually someone's going to hear you. Oh, I heard that. That was a stinker. I heard that, right? You know what? No, you didn't hear anything. Oh, I did. I heard that big rippler. Right? So that's basically your algorithm, right? That's your algorithm. You are gonna fart when you want to fart, right? No one else can tell you when to fart. I can't say to you fart now unless you're a fart connoisseur and you can fart on demand, right? You can sing songs with it or play songs with your farts. That's a different story, right? But no one can tell you. Only you can tell you when to fart. So only YouTube changes its thing when YouTube changes its thing. And the only way that this channel will ever make it is if I rescue, like, I don't know, someone really, really famous. So, like, I don't know, like, I did like a Spider-Man dive or something and rescued someone who was really popular, right? That'll be the only way. Because there'd be that much sponsoring, that much algorithmic advertisements in the stories that the system just couldn't help it. It's overrided with it. Do you know what I mean? So remember, YouTube is the player, not you. The ball is you, the content creator. Right? If you're a content creator, by the way. The floor is the viewer. And the hoop, well, that would be the, how can I say, well, up and coming. I don't think YouTube hit every basket, guys. I don't think they hit every shot with every ball. I think there's a different floor, a different hoop, and a different ball, and a different player for YouTube of every different thing. And I believe it's been like that, and it'll stay like that, and that's how I'm seeing. There's different games going on at different levels. And I don't know if that makes any sense to you guys. It makes sense to me, right? I'm trying to put it in a simple context without talking about computer bullshit. But it put it in a simplified basketball game. You know? And you probably think, well, who are the crowd? What are they? Right? What's the crowd? Well, that's not the viewers. The crowd react to the hoops. Right? The crowd is investors in the ball. The fans, because spectators even just because they're there cheering on doesn't mean they're fans, guys. In basketball, I mean, there are a lot of teams out there with fans. Don't get me wrong. Hey, you know, but there are a lot of people who go to them games who are not there for the teams or the ball or the, you know, some people are just there for money. They're for the bets, for the gambles, right? Some people are. They're just not there at all for people in you or the game. They're there for themselves. How much money can they get out of this game? And when they win, what do? They fucking cheer, man. They cheer in glory. They scream. They shout loud and fiery from the heart that they've won. That's why they're called investors. Spectators are investors in sports, in platforms. The spectators are the investors, and investors only go back to games with hoops that are shot, not with hoops that are missed. Crowds don't cheer when shots are missed, right? No one's going to invest in a team who keeps missing, right? But who shoots the balls? The manipulation is that they give you the essence that you're the one that does that, but you're not. You're not. Because if you were, a lot of people would be in different places by now. I promise you. I promise you. It's like, Have you ever been to a basketball game or a sports game where you support neither team, but you're there to win money on gambling? Try it. Why would you do that? Right? Why would you do that? You watch it from afar, right? You wouldn't go to the actual game, right? You'd sit and watch it in a bookies or something. Or a betting shop. You wouldn't go all the way to that stadium and pay extra taxes for that ticket. Even if you're an investor. Right? You wouldn't, would you? You'd invest in other surplus, like a betting bookie shop, for example. You can't go to the stadium itself and make a bet. The stadium doesn't have a betting system. The stadium only hosts the content. Right? Stadium is not a betting platform. If the Football Association or the National Football League, NFL, had their own betting stations with their name and logo on it, right? If that exists, wow. I mean, that's America, right? Like, they can do a lot of stuff with business. But very likely, no, they don't. I can't see the NFL promoting gambling. Can anyone? I can't see the FA promoting gambling, right? But they'll promote investments, right? The NFL and the NBA and the FA promote investments. And what is investment? It's a gamble, right? It's a game of roulette, or it's a game of basketball, right? For example. And investors are gamblers, but they don't gamble with chips. They gamble with people, right? They do. They gamble with people, and they use a structure that basically they've been taught. An investor learned what they do through somebody else. Somebody else taught them, showed them what to do. They didn't show anyone else. They didn't show everybody. They showed that one person, right? And a gambler, a good one, right? Like a good gambler, right? Like someone who's good at it. Rare, right? Do you know a good gambler? I bet you don't. I bet if anyone's watching this, you couldn't list one on your phone right now. Of everyone you know in your life, on your phone, you could go through them all and you'd be like, which one of these is an exceptional gambler? And you wouldn't know, because they wouldn't bloody tell you, would they? They ain't going to tell you that they're the best gamblers in town. They're not going to tell you, right? They're not going to tell the house either. And the only time those investors, gamblers, investors, right? The only time they'll cheer and invest is when that ball goes in the hoop. When they win. And the investors look at the floor, which is the viewers, right? And depending on the condition of the floor, like I said before, it's the condition of the floor, the condition of the viewership. What is the viewership like? You know? What are they promoting? Right? Now, how? Now, this is the key. This is what people want to know. Like the big taboo, right? How? How do you get YouTube to get your ball in the hoop if you yourself, without any life, like majestic moments, like Jesus walking on water or something moments, right? If nothing like that happens, what is it that any person in this world would need to do to convince the player that's YouTube to throw your ball, you, in that hoop to get everyone cheering? What is it that you've got to do? If the games aren't enough, the playability isn't enough, what is it that does it? You know, what's the secret weapon? What is the answer? There isn't one, right? There isn't one. That's the idea. There isn't one, right? Because that question doesn't exist, right? That's the thing. The question can't exist because it's like asking that question, like, how do you get, what makes it, what does it? It's other people, alright? It's other people that do it. It's other people that do it. And you say, well, if it's other people that do it, what's the secret to that? Right? Charisma. Right? Charisma. That's what it is. And you're probably thinking, well, what do you mean charisma? How do you define charisma on the platform? Like, do you mean charisma in Dungeons and Dragons? Do you mean charisma in Fallout 4? Or Skyrim? You know? No, do a fuck. I don't mean anything like that. It's not that type of charisma. Nope, it is not. It's got nothing to do with that type of charisma. It's a different type. And I'll be honest with you, there is how many subgenres are there on YouTube? How many subgenres are there? like there's 4 totalities, right? So if there's 4 totalities, shorts, videos, streams, and IRL, right? They're the 4 totalities. Then what in the Lord's name is the subgenres? If they're the totalities, then what do those totalities have as subgenres? How, like, what are the subgenres of those totalities? So if it's streams, right? So I'm doing so for example, I'm doing a stream, and I'm using a third party to do it. So I'm using Sony as a third party bridge. They trust I will provide entertaining broadcasts for the audiences on Sony, right? So anyone who doesn't have access to YouTube right now is not allowed on YouTube for regional reasons or network reasons or capabilities, but they can access PlayStation, they can enjoy it, right? So that's an angle. So I've got an angle, haven't I? Right, so my angle is Sony. So that means that everything I'm playing for my viewers is on the Sony. So it's on the Sony platform console, which means that I aim and target Sony players. Right? People who have a Sony PlayStation, people who enjoy playing on the PlayStation. Right? So first of all, my subgenre is Sony. Right? So if my totality is streaming on YouTube, then that would mean that my subgenre is Sony. So already there, right? What is everyone else's subgenre? Do some people use Microsoft? Right? So there's going to be Microsoft. Right? So some people might use Windows. Is it called Microsoft Windows? Whatever it's called. So some people might stream using a Windows computer, using Steam on a game, right? So they're on Steam, which is a Microsoft product, right? Steam is a Microsoft accessory software vendor, right? Because I've never used Steam, never been on it, don't own a Microsoft, alright? And have you noticed that the most popular channels use Microsoft? And the most popular shorts use Apple? Ever thought about that? So, most popular shorts have an Apple phone. The most popular videos and streams for gaming use Microsoft. So right there is basically an idea where you know where the energy's going. It's going into Apple and it's going into Microsoft, right? That is a subgenre. So if they're using shorts as a totality, that means their subgenre is Apple Macintosh, because it's an Apple product, right? IRL. What does every IRL streamer use in the West? An Apple Macintosh. Right, so if the totality is IRL, then the subgenre is Apple Macintosh. Because everyone who's watching that IRL stream knows they're using an Apple. They know it. Everyone who's doing a short, they know they're using an Apple. Everyone who's a popular video gaming streamer uses Microsoft as a subgenre, and Steam, which is a Microsoft product and accessory, as a keyring. So imagine Steam is a keyring, right? Attached to Microsoft, which is a belt, right? Because a belt is a subgenre. The asteroid belt is a subgenre of the solar system, right? So Microsoft subgenres have Microsoft keyrings. So most of the popular content is depending on what device you're using, on what totality you're using, right? And I don't know if I'm quite vain myself. I am quite vain, I will admit that. But a lot of those concepts that are very popular have a very strong essence around vanity. And vanity is deeply promoted. Deeply. Right? And the most popular IRL streamers use Apple. The most popular video game content creators use Windows and Steam. The most popular shorts use Apple Macintosh. And the most popular streamers have promotional rigs. Right? Have you noticed that? Very promotional. The rigs. The Alienware. There's subliminal psychology. The USA are the best in the world at messaging. If you guys are watching, you're the best in the world at it. Especially when you do it subconsciously to people. Like, you're really good at delivering messages through actions without saying it. You will go through extreme lengths to do it, and it's an actual art, right? It's an actual art when you do it, and you do it because you are very good at it, at sending messages through action and through words. Very powerful. The United States, they're the best in the world at billboards, and America is best in the world at sales. I've worked with the Americans in sales directly, with the best in my past. Like, maybe not on the same pool of industry in terms of like whatever, but I've worked with them and they're really good. Really, really good. And the message is clear when it comes down to like how content is, you know, through the hoop, how the ball gets through the hoop, because it's all down to products, messages, purpose, and ability. People skills are the strongest skills you could ever possess, right? And if there's one thing I've noticed that all the popular streamers have and content creators is that they have phenomenal personalities who you'd want to be friends with, who we admire, and it's because they possess the strongest people skills. And people skills are the fundamental triumph of any channel. And it's not to say that anyone with a low subscriber count hasn't got any social skills. Everyone's got social skills. It's just that some people have social skills at such a level that there's just something unique about the statements. Something very unique. The messaging that's going on. And when I said before about it's all about people, who are the ones that help get that ball in the hoop, it basically is. Because through your people skills, the audience do it for you. You know, like some people don't want to get to know you at a particular time. Sometimes your personality and genre isn't just right for the time of year. But that doesn't mean you should stop. You know, it doesn't mean that your content is shit either. Anyone. Just because it's not in the hoop doesn't mean it's shit. And just because the ball goes in the hoop doesn't mean that's good. You know what I'm saying? Like, there are two sides to every coin. Two sides to every sword. It's just that the true message, what it is that I'm trying to say is that who gives a shit where we are with the levels of stuff? As long as we love what we're doing, right? I fucking love playing this tonight. I love catching this guy shooting these Uzis. I don't even ever think I've ever caught anyone blasting me with Uzis at point blank range. I don't think I've ever caught that on camera. I think that was really cool. And it's a real testament of what the content's all about, you know? And just because there isn't 300,000 people watching or 3,000 people watching, for anyone out there, doesn't mean that it's shit. We watch stuff that was done in the 1950s that we think's awesome. So who gives a shit? You know, just keep doing what you love doing. You think those people cared what people thought when they made it? Those people made those movies because they loved what they did. They didn't care what anyone else thought. They just loved what they did. Look at the results we got, like John Wayne and Steve McQueen and Harrison Ford. You know, Al Pacino, Robert De Niro, Joe Pesci. The list of actors is endless. I mentioned all Friends before. There's loads. They all love what they do. And no matter what anyone says, they stick to what they love doing. And that is the secret to getting to the top of content creation. Is to not listen to the hocus pocus, or to listen to what the subgenres are, or what this is, or what the algorithm is. The idea is to just love what you do. That's it. Eventually, it builds weight. It always does. It always will. If you carry on playing pool, you get better. You don't change how you play. You just enhance how you play. Right? Through failure. You're not going to get on a pool table and pot all the balls. You're gonna mess up. You're gonna miss that white ball. You're gonna miss that cue ball. You're gonna miss that red ball. You're gonna miss every ball, because we're shit at first. And pool is something that takes years to craft. It takes about 10 years to hone your skills as a pool player. As a snooker player, it takes 15 years. So you've got to start when you're about 5. If you want to get into the big leagues in your early 20s, you've got to start at 5 years old. You've got to get on a snooker table, a little mini one, and you're playing snooker at 5 every day up until you're 25. That by then you're going to be a master at snooker. But if you start playing snooker at 25, you're only going to be a master at 40, 42 on average. So it you know, that the person got good at snooker is because they did what they really loved doing early on in their existence. So these people who are really popular on YouTube and that and TikTok, they've all been doing that stuff that's made them really popular for years. They've been doing that in life with people who they love. They've been making people laugh for years with their hilariousness. All of them. They've all been doing amazing things like making people smile, lifting their spirits. Like, that's what people skills are. Because you got to be careful, because the higher up you go, the bigger the fall. You just want to do what you love doing. You know, like this guy here, he loves his Uzis. He's shooting them all wrong. He's not even aiming correctly. He's absolutely... You know, he's wearing sunglasses. Like, how can he see where he's shooting? Like, this guy's just so, like... doesn't give a shit if he misses. This guy's just getting paid in other ways. Or he's not getting paid at all. Or he just doesn't have any value for himself. Well, if he's fighting against ghosts... He's gonna have to come pretty more elite than that, but it works for him. You know, he ain't gonna mess, because that's his way. He can shoot with sunglasses on. You know, he sticks to what he loves doing. Doesn't change his mind. Look, he's wild with those guns. He's rocking the sunglasses. It's like, well, they say to him, "Hey, swear, no, remove them sunglasses. You know, lift them guns up straight." You're like, nah, Chico, nah. You know, like that. That's how he rocks. You know, and that's the key. You know, people know, my audience know I love playing games, but you know what? They know a lot of other content creators who also play games. who love playing games. So I'm not exactly a rare commodity, you know. You know, people are going to you know, there's plenty of options out there, and this is a channel where I kind of like play realistically in a game, and I don't know whether there's many of you out there that enjoy that, right? But that's what I do, you know. That's how I like playing. That is my choice, you know. You guys can see the details. You need to talk to me. Not that you won't ask me anything. You're all too shy. Some people are afraid because I'm rather outspoken. Like, I wouldn't give too much of a shit. You know? It's dead easy going. Hope you guys like the uses. I think this picture's really cool. I think it really does paint a picture of where the channel's at right now. You know? Which other game had twin Uzis? Is it Lara Croft? Tomb Raider? She does, doesn't she, right? She has twin Uzis, right? I'm sure Lara Croft has a pair of Uzis. Sure she does. But yeah. Oh, hello there. You watching my content? Welcome. Welcome to a stream of ghost talking all sorts of stuff. You can just imagine that I'm the guy with the Uzis there in Ghost Recon Wildlands. But I do hope that you guys are okay and are doing well. And you know that I appreciate you for joining. You know, I really do. I do. I'm not fucking around though when I say that. I'm not messing around, I'm not shitting you. I actually mean that. And you don't need to be afraid to comment on this channel. It's all moderated and safe, right? So you don't need to worry. I know my country is going through some what do they call it? What's the word? There's a word for it. Let me think. Because I am an awesome guy, and I know you are awesome people, so we've got to do this in an awesome way. So basically my country is undergoing a change of wallpaper. Is that the right phrasing? I think that's the best I can put it up. There's a lot of furniture being moved around. There's a lot of wallpaper being stripped. There's a lot of new wallpaper being put up, and there's like a new roof, and there's like new lights, and light switches are in different places. So when you so like you'll wake up one day and all your rooms have changed, and all your furniture's been moved, all the light switches are in different places, and all the power points are everywhere else. And you're kind of like, whoa, what happened to my house, man? Like, you know, what happened? You know, what's the big deal? Well, that's basically what's going on in my country right now, right? That's the loveliest way I can put it. Like, I don't know if I can add any shit sauce to that, but that's basically where it is. And I know you guys, right, are a bit apprehensive about, like, what shit's been said on the channel. Well, I want you to know that it's okay, right? I want you to know that it's fine. Like, not to be too creeped out about it. You know, the UK is a very sensitive house, right? It's very sensitive with the content of the house. You know, I understand that. It's like putting it into context. So, what is another word for it? I'm trying to be dynamic. So, despotism. Has anyone ever heard of despotism? It's in Civilization, the computer game. See, this is how I do it, right? So in Civilization, if you play Civilization 2 for the PlayStation 1, there are different rules of rulers. I can't remember them all. I do apologise. I should be more intellect this evening, but it is quite late, right? There's a time in Civilization 2 in your country when every now and then there will be a dispute. It's called a civil dispute, right? And the screen comes up with a newspaper on Civilization 2. It'll pop up and it'll say civil dispute, right? And there'll be an array of text in the newspaper that you can read about the certain dispute to help you as a ruler kind of navigate that dispute in a situation that kind of like calms everyone down. You kind of like, you do your very best to find a medium in the dispute. And then what happens is a dispute will happen in London in Civilization 2. Right? So a dispute will happen, and then what happens is over all the other towns you have in cities, disputes will happen to the same thing all around. It's like a contagion. Or contagious, however you want to pronounce it. And you as a ruler on Civilization 2, you have a choice to select from 5 different things, right? One of them's called despotism, and it's the battle of faith. It's called the battle of faith, right, in Civilization 2. It's kind of like where you create a military through people who are fanatically driven by faith and the conflict of another faith attacking their faith or contradicts their faith. In the game, right? Civilization 2. And despotism is a powerful tool that's used. It's like a set of calipers. A caliper, if you're unaware, it's got 2 well, I know the modern caliper is completely different. Think back to a medieval caliper. It's kind of like a horseshoe that's been snapped down the middle, and they've drilled a hole in either side of the horseshoe, and they've put it on an angle so it triangulates slightly, and then they attach a screw through there and a thread, and then they kind of like melt a handle or something, like a pair of scissors right? They're like a fancy piece of metallurgy. And the calipers are used to hold very hot swords. Right? You've got to wear like a leather glove, which is like a protection. It's like a royal protection of your hand. Right? And that kind of holds the calipers. Right? And then the calipers grab hold of the molten hot acid. Right, so it's like a governed force or grip. So there's a governed force in Civilization 2 and there's a governed grip. You can't have a governed force, right, as well as having a governed grip. Right? So you've got to make a choice. Do you govern with force or do you govern with grip? There is no govern with a cuddle or govern with a kiss or govern with a bedtime story. Those options are unavailable in Civilization 2. They don't exist. There are only radical options to select from. And I know that my country is very radical. It's actually awesome, actually. This country is amazing, right? And so are the people. Very intelligent people in this country. From all areas. Right? And at the moment, in Civilization 2, in my country, that I reflect on to a degree in real life, from fiction and non-fiction to relations, a despotism grip is the calipers at the moment. And I'll be honest with you, I've got no words because I'm not a guy who knows solutions to those type of topics, but in Civilization 2 you chose 1 out of 5, right? And you choose it. Like, we as a player, as a ruler, choose it. It's there to choose as an option, you know? So you know, the explosion of artificial intelligence and the explosion of despotism. So you've got a real, think of the calipers. So you remember I mentioned calipers before. Well, do you know that I said you've got like a horseshoe that's been snapped down the middle? So imagine either one of those horseshoe sides is like the artificial intelligence boost of investments. At one time it was 3D TVs, but at the minute it's artificial intelligence, and that caliper combined with despotism. You think of that as a caliper. I mean, what could that yield? Something that's super advanced at the highest peak and form of knowledge, combined as a caliper with something that is ancient and biblical and oracle since time began. So you're talking, you've got one side of the caliper is before time began, and then you've got one side of the caliper of the future of time. What kind of caliper is that called? What would you name it? Is it called a caliper? Because we all know that a caliper wields very hot metal. So what exactly is this caliper that's my country? Because my country is a caliper. I don't know if you guys knew that. I know people make beautiful videos about my country, but it is a set of calipers, and it's been a set of calipers for I think since the 1700s. I'm not going to give an exact year because I don't actually know the year in the books, but we've been a set of calipers for about, Now, a caliper is a tool for assistance. Remember that. It's not a tool for harm. A caliper is something that takes grip of something, takes control of something that's too hot to handle. Think about that analogy for a moment, you know? And basically it's the people, the caliper is the people. Like, it is, you know? And they are needed in a blacksmith's den. You know, they're a must-have part of a governing of a blacksmith. It is always needed. And I wouldn't listen too much. Come on, it's like expression has been, I don't know, maybe expression fear, scared. Expression helps cope with fear, you know? Expression helps helps with a lot of things. And this is one of my expressions. Streaming. It's part of my entertainment flow. I've never really been able to entertain people. I've always liked entertaining people, and believe me, everything I've said to you this evening is purely entertainment, you know. I like to compare my country to computer games sometimes. It's fun. And Civilization 2 is an awesome game, and it is you know, it does reflect certain real life matters, you know. It has Henry VIII in there as king. It's got real life situations that happen in it, so like it's all part of the content, you know. But I do apologise for bored you guys. I did say to the gaming's over, you know. But I hope you've enjoyed my explanation of my country at the moment. It's like the calipers haven't changed. It's just the grip, you know. It's just the grip. I remember what I said about governed by force or grip. That can't do both. Otherwise, you'd be King Kong, wouldn't you? You'd be King Kong. But believe me, I know my country. I love my country very, very much. I believe in God and stuff, and like Jesus and God, Christian man, always have been. I'm a Protestant Christian, right? So I'm not a Catholic guy. You know, if that's your thing, I mean, awesome, you know. But and I respect it, you know. But I do it in my own home. You know what I'm saying? Like all my, you know, I've still got my Bible from when I left high school. I hope they still do that these days. Oh, it's when you start high school. So when you start high school in England, you get a Bible. I got one anyway. I got a Bible. You got a Bible when you started. Your first year, you got a Bible, you got a diary, and you got a rota. You got, you know, your schedule, your lessons. And I've still got my, you know, it's very likely that you probably don't, and I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong. If you do, belt in, you know, maybe there's all sorts of Bibles for all sorts of different faiths and stuff that's given out. I don't really know, but I do know that when I did it, it was the Holy Bible, and I've still got it. I have still got it. Used to love singing all the hymns in that in primary school. Used to love singing all the, like, Kumbaya, and he's got the whole world in his hands and all that, and Imk and the Animals, 2 by 2, the hippopotamus and the kangaroo and all that stuff. It was great times, you know. These songs were great. You know, these biblical Christian songs, they're phenomenal. That's why Cliff Richards sings a lot of that stuff. You know. But I am a Christian guy, a Protestant Christian. Like, I don't go to church every Sunday. I'm not like that, but I do like to spend time in the church garden. You know, it's outside the church, so you can sit down there, and you can. You know, that's the beautiful thing about that place. It's sacred. So it's kind of like you can go to church, but in the garden. You know, it's so cool. But I only go like once a month, I'll be honest with you. 12 times a year. I think the good Lord knows that I'm tired, and that I work, and we're all working hard, and we all do our best to get there every Sunday. No. I believe it's just there for self-confidence. If you enjoy a place where you want to grow self-confidence, that is the only place that will have it that's for free. There's nothing else that will do it for free. You know, family and friends, obviously, they're free. You know, I'm not saying that, but if you've not got family or friends, some people don't. Some people haven't got that. Then definitely a place of your faith, like it would have to be. Like, it's not like a self-confidence when it's saying that you'd be able to climb Mount Everest. I'm not saying that, but it's kind of like you're around people that are very positive and that are all there for the same reasons. A lot of them, and it's all about community, and that is basically what it is. It's all about community, and it's all about togetherness, if that's the right word that's used in hymns. And these people that you're around in those type of places, right, especially where I go, right, so when I go, the place I go to, it's a bunch of lovely, amazing people, like the most kindest, loveliest, sweetest souls of people I've ever come across. And you know what? Once a month, I need to be around people like that. You know what I'm saying? Because it helps build my self-confidence to have faith in people. Not only in yourself, but faith in others. That's what it's all about. It's all about losing trust in others is losing faith in others, and losing trust and faith in others means losing trust with yourself. Because if you can't trust in others, and you can't trust in anything else, you're not going to be able to trust yourself. Or at least you'll be hanging, you know, gripping hold there with one hand as tightly as you can to whatever it is you're holding on to, you know. We're all on a climb as it is, right? We're all climbing the rope. We all are. We're all climbing for dollars, climbing for pounds. There are barking dogs at the bottom. And even though they're barking and snarling, if you actually went down there, they wouldn't hurt you. They just look bad. You know what I mean? They just look mean. That's why you should never be afraid of lowering down to the bottom of the rope sometimes to get answers. Sometimes you've got to. It's risky. Sometimes I like to stay at the top of the rope. You can see a lot, you're safe. You know? But you... try not to lose faith in others. Lose trust in others. It's easy to do. That's the only thing that's required for us to not become a stampede. You know? It's like be smart about it. Be smart about the people you're around. I normally start with myself. You know what I'm saying? Because that's normally where the problem is, really. And then you work from there. You know, other people help you. The problem is always with yourself. We can never go around blaming others for our own problems. That's the first step. It's the first step of enlightenment, is by being accountable and being responsible for your own mistakes and not blaming others for it. Right? It's the first rule of being a goddamn man. That's the first rule of being an awesome guy, is taking responsibility for his actions and what he says. Like everything I've said tonight, I can't make excuses for this shit. Like, I say what I mean, and I mean what I say. You guys know that. While playing Ghost Recon, with guys with Uzis on the TV. It's class. You know, you guys are phenomenal. And you know, you gotta stay true to yourself, you know, and accepting that you are the reason why you failed is a really awesome thing. You would not believe how strong that is. Can you imagine someone explaining to you why they failed and what they're gonna do to get better at it? Like, that's awesome, right? Imagine someone complaining about it, blaming other people why they're there. You're gonna be like, what? You're not gonna you're not going to elevate with that person. You're going to lose faith in that person. So being grounded with yourself like that is a really good sign. You know. And listening to very smart people is very advisable. You know, I someone you know is very intelligent. I'd listen to them. I would. Grandma, granddad. You know what I'm saying? Like someone really, really, really wise. And who cares about you. They're the best people to be around. You know, they're the best. You know. And being around those people gives you more purpose. Gives you more purpose. It has done since we were monkeys. The older monkeys, the old wise monkeys in there. Very wise. Old grey monkeys. And you're probably thinking, well, Ghost, I have put faith and trust in others, but they betrayed me. Which means that I don't want to do it anymore. Right? Some people think that. Oh, well, I do that and everyone shits on me. Everyone messes with me. Everyone always laughs at me, or everyone always makes fun and walks away, and I've invested all this time and energy for nothing. And they threw it in my face. Ghost. They threw it in my face. Well, just because they did that doesn't mean that you should stop investing and caring about people. Right? No, just because that person had a breakthrough within themselves, you are no longer part of that new breakthrough. So it doesn't mean, you know, that you're not good enough. It's like when people break up with you. You know, when people break up with you, how do you convince someone to go when they want to stay? And how do you convince someone to stay when they want to go? Right? They're both equally challenging, and they're both equally the same, but yet both of them have drastic outcomes, right? Because both of you want different things. Different things. And that's what my country is right now. You know, this is what I'm trying to say in my own language in a lovely way without being really weird. That's kind of like how it is for me. This country right now, well, the country itself, you know. It's losing faith and trust in itself, isn't it? Like, putting it in a lovely way. That's what it is. Faith and trust. And what are the two things that investors require to invest in something? Going back to our basketball story. Faith and trust. What does a gambler believe in? Faith and trust. Right? And I said before that my country is a set of calipers. With despotism and AI. It's all connected. Everything. You know, which is why I'm not freaked out. No way. I mean, what can I do? I can't do anything about it. I'm merely just a really good-looking guy on a really small island. Right? I ain't got no competition, right? You know what I'm saying? I've got skills, right? I've got skills, I've got looks, I've got personality, I've got charm, right? You enjoy my time, right? You would go to the pub with me, right? Like, you would. You would. I'm sure any of you guys would play pool with me. I would play pool. I really enjoy going out. I'm very confident like that. Confident guy. Right? And I stick to my values. You know, I stick to the things that I love, right? Even though things are hard right now, I'm explaining to guys that, you know what, not to worry. It's not that bad, we got this. You know, we're a strong nation. We always go through massive changes. Like I said about the house being changed up and the switches and the wallpaper. We're getting a new set of wallpaper and that. We're getting a new lick of paint. You know, all that stuff. And it's not really much I can do about it. You know, there's not really much I can do. Except all I can do is, like, you know, give the expression that I need to let people know that I'm aware of it. And that, you know, I'm... like I was saying before, like my comedy element, like, you know, I'm a really good looking guy. I've got no competition. You know, I've got my own destiny. You know what I'm saying? But I can't understand where people are afraid. You know, I can. Obviously this channel isn't about that. But I haven't really spoken on my streams about it. And I think it's required because everyone knows I'm from England and that I live in England. And everyone knows what's happening in England. And with me being English, I think it's very relevant. Right? I mean, if I'm English and I live in England and I'm from England and I was born in England and England is getting a new wallpaper and upholstery, you know, new foundations or whatever. I don't know what it's called. I think my audience should know that you know, not to be, you know, we are a mighty nation. I tell you, like, advanced, yeah, like Lord's precious stones, the best refinery and hydraulics in the world. Hands down, the best plugs, the best power plants, bridges, yeah, our guard. Have you seen the Royal Guard? Have you seen them? Oh, each soldier's like 6'5". I promise you, 6'5". You know. It's just a shit. I'm gonna say it. Right. I don't know if I should. because it's a shame, really. It's just what I've noticed. But I think if I say it, like, I have to think very carefully here. I can see how it is in life here. You gotta be very careful what you say. So it's like, alright, you I don't know how to do it. Because it's deep, right? But it could be true. Like, it's not political or anything, it's not. But it's just like, it's just something I've noticed. It's something that concerns me. But it is something that I have seen. As a man, as a grown, aware, you know, male who is fully able and fully absorbing my surroundings, I have noticed something. I have. And it's what I've seen on, like, videos and stuff. Like, but it's not what you think I'm thinking. It's like, it's not the subjects that they put on there. It's not about that. It's got nothing to do with the current climate, the country, of what you're thinking as well. It's something I've noticed that's got nothing to do with the politics and nothing to do with, like, faith. It's got nothing to do with those things. Absolutely nothing. This thing that I've noticed has got nothing to do with those things, but I've noticed it. And I don't know how to say it on my streams. I don't know how to say it because I'm concerned whether it's true. That's all. And if it is, I just I don't think I'll say it. I've like talked to friends and stuff first, maybe, if it's even worth wording. There is just something that's very weird. It's really weird, right? It's not in all places that I've noticed it. But I have noticed this thing that I've noticed, and I don't know whether it's like something that's happening in the background without me knowing. But there is something I've noticed. And I'm very, very worried. I don't know, guys, a lot of it's in poorer areas that I've noticed it. It's as far as I can go. It's in areas that are very, very poor, right? They are. I've not noticed it in more wealthier areas. I've only noticed it in poor areas. like, as a man of the community, like, 'cause I care about my community, you see. And normally when I make decisions about the community, you consult your community before you make any statements about your community. So, you know, maybe it's better if it stays with that. You know what I'm saying? It's like, hope you've enjoyed it though, because I'm gonna go to bed now. But yeah, it's all for fun. Remember, it's just like ghost stories. Remember that, it's just like ghost stories. It's all fiction. It's all for fun and content. Remember to love what you do. Love your family and friends. And I'm basically asking you to look out for your fellow community. That's what I'm asking. Do your very best to do so. Look after your friends, family, and your community in your home, and you'll be fine. But I am gonna be streaming tomorrow, so I'm gonna get a drink. I'm gonna get a smoke. Well, got that Japanese tobacco, so I'll make a cigarette, and I'm gonna go to bed. Good night and God bless, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in, little law, and listening to my purely fun and entertaining wafflings on an evening. But good night, God bless.